Now I just gotta wait for this to pop up and then I'm good. Shoot. Okay, cool. See, I am actually live now. You see, maybe I am just fucking boosted. Which is a very, very big possibility. Just kind of wait a few minutes, let people kind of join, and then we'll go from there. Kenny, I'm taking a Coke. Oh, hey, Fuzzy. Alright, that's alright, man. I will be kind of bringing chat into this as well. Right now, I'm just going to kind of let a few people roll in here. But, yeah, you can definitely make your voice heard in chat as well, man. Right now, we got 6 people. I'm waiting for one more person to come in. Alright. No worries, Fuzzy, no worries.
But yeah, I was like, have you ever considered the other products that Nabisco has to offer? And he's like, no. And somebody's like, you trying to sell something? I was like, maybe my nuts.
Alright, guys, so this is my first podcast I've ever attempted. So let's just see how well this goes. Today, pretty much what we're just going to be talking about is the overall state of DBD. I got a few good friends of mine, both killer mains and survivor mains alike. Pretty much what we're trying to do here is just brainstorm some ideas for future fixes, future additions to the game, make the game a little bit more balanced and a little bit more enjoyable for everyone. Hopefully someone sees this. I'm not sure if anyone's actually going to watch this, but hopefully someone sees it and can take some good from it. So, actually, without further ado, I'm gonna unmute these guys and just bring them in. Hey, what's up? Actually, I thought I went live, and apparently I didn't click the live button, so I had to go back and do everything again because I'm smart. You guys know why we're here and stuff. So go ahead, one by one, introduce yourself. Let everyone know whether you're a killer main or survivor main. Let them know how long you've been playing. If you want, go ahead and give your region and go ahead and shout out your channels if you have one as well.
I guess I'll go first. I'm Darkblast557, Liam. I've been playing since October and I'm a killer main. I've got a lot of hours in this game.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was not paying attention.
And I'm from the United Kingdom.
Oh yeah, he's the British one in this group.
I'm Tedd0178. It's the same name as my channel, and I'm from the U.S. And I'm a kill. I would call myself a killer man. I'm really tired. That's it.
Oh, whoa, whoa. I had 2 people going at once.
Yeah, Ted was just ranting in the background there.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Ted, do you have Fresh muted right now, dude?
No, I don't. Should I check though?
Yeah, check,
Okay.
because you 2 were like going at once, like you guys didn't hear each other.
Hey, Fresh, can you hear me?
Okay, cool. So,
I didn't even unmute him. What the hell is this? How you doing, Fresh?
Ted, go ahead and start. Start yours again. I don't think anyone heard that.
I'm Tedd0178. I'm from the U.S. I'm a killer main, and
Listen, Meg.
my channel is the same thing as my name. So I hope I see you there. I'm really tired.
Do you do Twitch or YouTube?
I do Twitch.
Okay. Fresh, go ahead.
It's my turn. Alright. Jcfresh7, well, I've been playing DBD since the release on PlayStation Store from Tennessee. My Twitch is also my PS name, Jcfresh7, and I am a survivor main.
Cool. Reagan, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Regan. Gamer tag is Badass Mama. I have been playing Dead by Daylight since it was free in the PlayStation Store. And I don't really play any other games. Maybe Black Ops 3, but that's about it.
Are you a killer or survivor main?
Survivor main, but I've definitely been playing more killer.
Alright, you got any channels you want to shout out for yourself?
Follow me on Twitch, Arcaro0806. Sorry, I'm not really good with speaking to people, especially if I can't hear them or see them.
Yeah, I understand. It's definitely a new thing. Alright, so obviously, guys, you know why we're here. Just going to start off with each of you giving your opinion on the current state of DBD. Explain why you love playing DBD, why you keep coming back to it, but also explain what makes you not want to play DBD anymore, what's driving you away from the game. Let's just start with Dark and just go down on a list like that.
Alright. Well. Why I love playing the game. I enjoy playing the game because it offers such a variety in playstyles between the killers, personally. Survivor tends to be a little bit boring for me and linear, so I tend to just deviate between killers, and their powers offer drastically different playstyles. And the thing I hate about the game, I hate the map design. I hate how it's random and the number of pallets is fixed, and how in every update they seem to change the number of pallets, and because that changes the number of pallets, it also changes their spawn algorithm. So you get things like double pallet jungle gyms now.
Okay. Ted, go ahead.
What I like about DBD, that's a good question. I guess I just like, you know, it's just, you know, you get to hang out with your friends, and honestly, this is the only, as you say it, horror game that I've ever played, so, what I don't like about it is the, I guess, it drive me away at the moment, is probably the new ranking system. Even if you survive and do different tasks, it's just such a pain to rank up right now.
Alright. Fresh, go ahead.
Alright. What I like about the game, I like the thrill of it. Surviving is going against the killers. It's pretty fun. Also, if you're a killer, you go around chasing survivors, killing them. It's pretty cool. Same thing with Ted talking about. I dislike the new ranking. I feel like you have to do entirely too much just to even pit or just to get back to zero. So,
Alright. Reagan, go ahead.
Favorite thing about this game? Well, I'll tell you my least favorite. Definitely, certain hitboxes and pallets not dropping when they're supposed to. But favorite thing about this game is definitely like, this is gonna sound so corny, but it definitely does kind of bring you together like as friends when you're like survive with friends, whatever. Like, because you have to communicate with each other. If you don't, then there's absolutely no chance of you guys, winning. So I do like that aspect.
Yeah, so just kind of bringing friends together and stuff.
Yeah, and it's teaching you guys how to communicate with each other better.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely agree with that. For me personally, one of the big reasons why I come back to the game is just so much content with it. There's so much stuff to do.
Yeah, no game is ever the same.
Yeah, no game is the same as the last. You can play the same killer against the same survivors, and you're still going to get a different game.
Yeah.
I'm also a killer main. I love the game. I keep coming back to it. It's one of the most addicting games I've ever played. It's the only online game I actually play. What's kind of driving me away from it right now is just it feels too much of a headache to play the game anymore. Between laggy palettes, bad hitboxes, a toxic community in general, it's really starting to drive me away. Now, let's go ahead and get into kind of the open discussion. There's no particular order for anyone who talks here. Just kind of speak your mind. Try not to talk over anyone. But let's just start with Survivor. Well, let's start with Survivor perks first. I think it'll be kind of the easiest way to start this. Is there any perks where just anything as far as Survivor goes that you just really think needs to be changed? Rather, something needs to be added, something needs to be taken out, something needs to be tweaked. So, what in the Survivor gameplay aspects needs to be fixed?
I think probably I like playing Survivor. Probably was my first. When I first played the game. I got the game when it was free on PSN. But I just think like I don't understand why they I just don't understand why they changed certain perks like empathy. Empathy was I think that was probably the less out of all of them, probably the less broken out of them. And like I would understand other perks because you got other perks like that are a lot more broken and stuff like that. I think they need to focus more on the stuff that's more broken and not on the stuff that's not causing any issue. Like yeah, empathy probably you had issues with flashlight saves, but in theory the plague perk is supposed to prevent almost kind of prevent flashlight saves because when you down them they'll scream.
Nice.
Unless they have calm spirit.
So what changes are you wanting to actually bring into the game though?
I guess like maybe if I could go off survivors, maybe more. I think if you survive, you should definitely you should definitely try to pib because I feel when the old ranking system that was bad about that is it was too easy, but they need to. I think what they need to do is they need to. It's supposed to be a survive-based game. The point of the survivors is to survive, and the point of the killers to kill their enemy, the survivors, of course. But I think if the survivors survive, I think they need to put a line where they pib up, but if they don't really do anything during the entire game, they should shadow pib or de-pib from that.
Oh, that's already like now. If you don't do anything, you're not gonna pip up at all.
Well, yeah, but I'm like, this is more of like, kind of I guess that's just part of it, I guess. I do like it how they finally fixed decisive. Like I won't lie, I used to use decisive, but I used that when I first got it unlocked. So I guess it was nice, and then I realized, understood kind of why I was so broken, because when I played against Survivor teams that had all 4 of them with decisive strike, it was just, I think I could feel the killer's pain.
Yeah. So
When
on
you get-
decisive, real quick, so I already brought decisive. What are you guys' thoughts on the new decisive change? Do you guys like it? Do you guys hate it? Or are there anything that you would change about the new decisive? Do you like the old one better?
Personally, I love it. I think it's now gained a purpose. It's now has a distinct situational use, and it counts as a killer playstyle very effectively in tunneling. Especially with the most recent patch with Ash being added, they've now adjusted the stun timer on decisive up to 5 seconds, with a 1-second window of the survivor going free. So the survivor essentially gets 4 seconds. This now incentivizes enduring to be used more often.
Yeah.
As it now actually affects the decisive stun timer.
Yeah, actually, kind of coming into this, of course I was brainstorming of topics to do for this, and decisive is obviously going to be bird off in it, and the stun time was definitely one thing I was for sure wanting to change with decisive. And now
originally
it
was a perk that I'd refused to use on principle because of just how toxic it made people play.
Yeah.
But now it's got such a good purpose and it's situational now that people can't really complain about it being used against them anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely
Unless you're
have a lot more of a risk and reward type of thing. Yeah,
especially with enduring.
Yeah. Honestly, I love that they finally upped the stun time. I think that's a change that needed to happen. Honestly, I would still like to see the timer to be extended. Let's be honest, 1 minute is not a lot of time for something like that. At tier 3,
think the time is fine.
Honestly, at tier 3, I think it could be moved up to 1.5 to 2 minutes. Either that,
I think in place of
or
the timer, freeze the timer.
Yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about.
Slugging.
Yeah.
Wait for it.
If you're on the ground, your timer is stopped. That's the only thing I was kind of brainstorming as well. Ted or Reagan, you guys have any opinions on this new decisive?
Well, pretty much. It is better for like tunneling killers, like it's to use against them, but all they have to do is leave you there. Like they just leave you there for a whole minute, just keep people away from you, and then rehook you when the timer's done.
Yeah. So, what preferred fits would you like to see implemented to counter that?
Well, since it's a one-time use, I'm not saying like don't add more time to the stun. Don't whatever. Just make it so if you're hooked once, it activates. There's no timer to it. You just it's usable, but you have to be like obviously picked up for it to use, like downed and picked up, like how it is now. Just no timer.
So there's no timer. Just the next time you're down to get picked up.
Yeah.
I'll propose a counter to that actually.
Okay.
I'd like to counter that statement. How is that any different from the old decisive?
He's got a point.
True.
He's got a point.
That is true.
Because that point is just a small risk. Because now with that, I feel like you can just go up to the killer and say, "Hey, down me real quick," and then you get off the hook. You have your decisive now.
Well, that's kind of how it is. I mean, the old decisive and the new decisive. This one has a timer, but it's easily countered. You just get slugged.
Well, that's the point with the timer, because it has counter for both parties now, and it has a risk and reward for both parties. That's why they put in a timer.
Well, it had a counter originally.
No, it didn't.
It didn't.
Yeah, it did.
It was
Juggling
Juggling is not a counter. That it's just
It works pretty well.
It's situational. It's not a consistent counter.
Yeah, it was extremely situational.
Actually, can you juggle?
And even
Here's a
then, that
question
also
for
had counterplay because someone could just body block you on the hook while you were juggling, and then you're screwed.
Exactly.
Or you could get flashlight save while you're juggling the person.
Real quick, Fuzzy, are you talking about the new one or the old one? Yeah, so with the old one, the way it was, yeah, you could juggle. But that really wasn't too much to counter because it was so situational. You had to be near a hook, and no one can be nearby. And even then, juggling is extremely time wasting. That's why that they made this change. They understood how strong it was and just how much time it wasted. It was all reward for a survivor and no real risk, while it was all risk for a killer.
How about this? Tell me what you guys think about this one. How about the timer doesn't freeze and whatever and all that, but you get to use it like let's say like twice instead of just like.
Oof.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's excessive, dude.
If you're gonna remove the timer, I think you'd need to adjust the circumstances upon which it would activate, because otherwise it'd just be the same as it was before.
Yeah.
So maybe have it activate endgame.
That's gonna make the
You
endgame
guys are talking
even.
about decisive too, right?
That might the endgame
ridiculously overpowered.
Yeah, that made the endgame even stronger than what it already is. We'll get into the endgame later in this, but
Decisive is already powerful in the endgame as it is right now. But it'd be even worse.
So pretty much what we're trying to do here, guys, we're just trying to make everything balanced for both sides. There needs to be a counter to both sides of the spectrum. There needs to be a risk and reward to both sides of the spectrum. And personally, I think Decisive is in that state. Just a few small tweaks. Like I said, personally, I think the timer is really short. Either we need to extend it a little bit, or just simply have it to where if you're on the ground, the timer is frozen. It's kind of like with the bear trap. If you're on the ground, your timer is frozen. You can't die on the ground from the bear trap.
I can agree with that.
Owl, are you playing
I'm attempting to play the new Survivor, yes.
May I play with you? And I'm like, I don't feel like playing killer.
Honestly, right now I'm not really trying to play with anyone. It'll get too hectic because then I'm gonna be doing calls and shit. It's just not gonna work.
Alright.
I think with the timer freezing, it would remove the counterplay of slugging, and would remove that as an option, and it would still make the perk fair because it's not a huge stun. It's a one-time thing, and it's a punishment for tunneling someone right off the hook. Your counterplay to that is go for the unhooker, make your choice, and just go after the person that got the save instead, and just keep going as normal after.
Yeah.
And to be fair, you could just, if they really wanted to, they could just follow you and wait like they did with the old borrowed time and just wait till it runs out. And then
just follow until the timer runs out.
Yeah, but that's a whole minute wasted. Chat agrees with the timer freezing while down. Yeah, so if you just follow someone behind and waiting for that timer to go down, you're literally just wasting an entire minute of your game. And for a killer, that is a lot of time. Just not doing anything.
People often do it, and even then, you're not going to get optimal teams every time that capitalize on that wasted minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Dark on that. But let's be honest, like if you go back to some gameplay from others, from like other people, that's what a lot of the old people would do. They just wait till they borrow time, or they'd wait. Like say they got the body block you in the basement. With I've body blocked a few people in the basement with Bubba at one point.
Yeah.
With that.
Yeah.
It's effective.
Ted, you're kind of cut in now, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're coming in and out, buddy.
Hello? Is it better?
Let's try to move this along a little bit. As far as gameplay goes, I'm sure the majority of the community is really wanting something else added to the Survivor gameplay. As far as different objectives and stuff to do, so we're not all just doing gens. What new features would you guys like to see added that can be implemented to help kind of give survivors something else to do other than just doing gens, which is the primary objective of survivors?
I know that we have in the Blood Web apps and keys.
Mm-hmm.
Let's use those. Like, let's use the map. And have actual map.
Mm-hmm.
Actually find a key or something.
Okay. So
That'd be
okay, so like all 4 survivors have to put together to find pieces of this map and then find a key in order to even be able to, with that, are you able to find these map pieces during the game, or does it have to be near the end game? Okay. So kind of like a hidden treasure type of thing. Actually, I kind of like that idea. That sounds pretty cool. What do you guys think?
It would take me a lot more thought to think of this than off the top of my head. I'd have to formulate an idea properly because that is overhauling a drastically big
Yeah.
game
I
mechanic.
apologize. I
That
had
is
to
huge.
take care of the girls, so can somebody get me up to speed real quick?
Right now, we're just talking about new gameplay features added in, because most of the community would like to see something else added to survivors besides just doing gens. Fresh just came up with the idea of map pieces being scattered around the map, and the survivors have to come together, find pieces of the map, and then also find a key to get the gate open. So like, you find a map, and the map leads you to the key, and then the key allows you to open up the exit gates.
But that just defeats the purposes of the gens.
No.
No.
No, because the gate, you still have to do the gens in order to get out the gates. So we're not
I
taking
can see that
aspect
as
out
a
of
way
it.
for the hatch. Like, you cannot get the hatch without doing that. I can understand that, but not for. I don't think exit gates would be fair.
Okay, what would you propose something else extra added to survivors to kind of give survivors something else to do in game as far as objectives go? Because right now the only true objective survivors have is just doing gens.
Might need a minute. But I do think that for the hatch, because some people just do nothing and get the hatch. So like having to find pieces like of a map to find the key to get to that, to get like the hatch. That I think would be a good idea, especially for, again, people who don't do anything.
How about people have to do at least 1 gen to get the hatch if
Nah.
Everyone-
Someone
the
from
person-
chat
Talk about
actually.
the hatch later.
Yeah, hatch is more of a gameplay mechanic than anything else. Right now, we're talking about just survivor gameplay. What are survivors doing during the game? Someone from chat said something about having something on top of the gens that they also have to do to make gens go just a little bit slower. What do you guys think about something like that?
Well, don't they have thanatophobia already to make gens go slower?
Thanatophobia is
That
a
is
useless perk
such a
that we'll
small
get into
change,
later. Yeah, thanatophobia is something that we'll get into later.
It's
But
useless.
what he's talking about is something added on top of the gen that's artificially making the gen slower. You have to do this one thing, and then you do another thing, and then the gen is done. So let's say, for example, like there's a light bulb on top of the gen. You have to make the light. You have to get the light bulb to pop on, and then a gen. So this is extending the gen time.
Maybe gens can be like
But
locked, and you have to like open the lock and then do the gen.
so you have to kind of like go out, find a key, and then come back and unlock the gen.
I don't know about key, but like you know how in real life, not a lot of generators are out in the open. They're kind of like locked in like cages, like locked boxes and whatever. You have to open the cage, open the box, whatever, to get to the generator. Maybe something like that. Not on every gen, but you know, you have to. It's got to be equal because there's like seven gens, right?
Yes.
Total in every game.
Yes.
6 or 7.
There's 7.
So have it because you have to do 5 gens.
Correct.
So you have to have at least, you know, 4 gens or whatever throughout the map. No. Just some number of gens. Equally, you know, make it so you're not having to open a box for every single gen, but for, you know, 2 to 3 out of the 5 gens you might have to.
So, pretty much kind of like a corrupt intervention, but you're actually having to unlock it before you can use it.
Yes. That would make gen times go a little faster, or a little, you know, slower to complete.
Well, what...
Was there a bug where you got... I'm pretty sure... Was there a bug? I'm pretty sure where you got stuck in the pallets. I'm currently stuck in a window.
Well, the point of adding extra objectives is so that we're not just doing gens.
Can I move?
That's what everyone's kind of big thing is right now, is Survivor's boring because all we are really doing is gens. And personally, I don't think that that's really going to add too much difference to the gameplay. And all actuality, we're still doing gens. And that's kind of what we're trying to get away from. We want something else other than gens. Like, actually, I honestly really like the map idea that Fresh imposed. You have a little miniature scavenger hunt that you do throughout the game. It's also going to slow the end game down a little bit. It's going to slow mid game, early game down a little bit because people are going to be out trying to find these map pieces. Then to find the key, and then once gates are ready to be powered.
Help me!
Put a key into it.
No, don't be toxic.
And then,
help!
You know,
please be quiet.
Sorry.
Use the key, and then you're able to unlock the ability to do the gate.
And not to piggyback off Friday the 13th, but you know, that game, they have multiple objectives to get away from Jason.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
They have to find a ladder, apparently they have to find the car keys, crank up the car to get away.
Mm-hmm.
They also have to find the cell phone, call, gotta come kill Jason. It's like multiple objectives.
Yeah. I do know that someone before this was talking about how the chase sequences are getting stale for survivors. What would you guys like to see added in to kind of bring life back to a chase sequence on the survivor side?
Like I said, I would like to see more than just pallets. I like to see a mixture of different objects used to stun the killer.
Mm-hmm.
Say the stuff that they have there on the map.
Mm-hmm.
Stun the killer with.
Yeah. So, like with Auto Haven, you're able to fucking door check the killer real quick. Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Now, would you be taking out any pallets for this, or would it just take place of a pallet in that spot?
Yeah, just take place of a pallet.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, just kind of. Just kind of give something a little bit extra.
Yeah, I feel like the whole pallet thing is kind of boring now.
Yeah.
And then half the time they don't
Does anyone know how to report bugs?
How to what?
How do you
What?
report bugs?
At the end game?
Bugs.
Or to the devs?
Bug in the game.
Honestly, I don't know. But yeah, that is
Sure.
another big issue that I know is going on with, at least on the console side, because, in case my viewers don't know, we are all console players. So with us, pallets, they're struggling sometimes. I know sometimes you can stun the killer and they're still going to get the hit on you. That's more of a latency that needs to be fixed, and hopefully optimization will fix that itself.
Dedicated server as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so at Seed, yes, totems are in the game, but at the same time, totems aren't an objective. So that's why they honestly don't give a whole lot of points to it either. Hey Fuzzy, how's it going, buddy?
Hi.
Yeah, you have anything you want to
I don't know if you can...
add?
Well, I actually put in the chat, what about like a mini quest for survivors? Like, make them change up their gameplay a little bit. It won't be like too big. Like, think of, you have to enter 3 lockers, fast vault 3 times, be in the basement for like 10 seconds in 1 match, and it rewards you with, I don't know, maybe extra blood points or something else, like a rare item.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just seen that.
Yeah.
Actually, that
Like,
sounds pretty cool.
It will change up everyone's gameplay. It will slow the game down a little bit, and it'll make the survivors do something else other than just do damage, other than just do gens.
Yeah.
You know.
It's quite a good idea.
Yeah, actually, I like that idea.
The only thing is, I got like inspiration from games like Fortnite. Smite is doing it now. Warframe is doing it now as well. They're doing like these mini little quests to get a reward.
Okay.
And I feel
So is
maybe
this
that's
something
one of-
that has to be done in order to escape, or is just something just purely extra to do?
Yeah, I think. It depends. What do you guys think? Because I'm fine with either.
Well, I think for something like this, I could see it going either way. That's definitely something to do in a PTB situation, of course. I think with knowing survivors and how they play now, it probably can just be just an extra quest for extra blood points. Because we're all about getting as many blood points as possible.
Yeah.
So, and when presented the opportunity to gain even more blood points, I think a lot of people are going to jump on that. And plus, like you said, there's nothing like too significant. Jump in 3 lockers for a total of 3 seconds or whatever. Do 3 fast vaults, cleanse S amount of totems, do S amount of generators.
I mean, there's like. I guess you could say it's like a daily ritual. Except like you gotta do all of them in 1 match. You have to do all of them in 1 match in order to get the reward.
Fanta.
Well,
Maybe make like a weekly challenge log.
A weekly. It'll be.
Yes, that's like a number. Randomized ones for each player.
Okay, so
I kind of had an idea of another thing.
Okay.
Items.
Okay.
Oh.
Again, it's just an idea.
Mhm.
Like, maybe it's like, because I know that there's a lot of people who are like, oh, well, killers should be able to set where they want their totems at, within reason, of course. So maybe that could be a thing where they can, pick different totem spots of where they could be. But also, while that's happening, survivors, you can't buy items in the store in the Blood Web anymore. You go in, to like like a fake map, and you look through chests there, and whatever you find in there, which I'm not saying like there's gonna be decent, items in there, not, or at least they'll have attachments.
Mm-hmm.
And you go and you pick those, and whatever you get out of the chests there is what you have. You can't, you can't pick up more than one, but there's like multiple chests that you can go and look for and see which, item that you want to bring, and you bring it in.
So it's a loot box.
Yeah. So
Kinda, but there's only one item per chest, just like normal, but there's more chests, so you have, not everyone's getting one chest per person. You know what I mean? That way also the killer can't see what things you have, and the hex totems are also harder to find because everybody gets to, I think it'd be fair. Killers can pick where they want their hex totems.
Yeah,
and then survivors go in and get, items that the killer cannot see.
Okay. Kind of going off items and add-ons. There are a few items and add-ons that are just completely broken for the Survivor gameplay. One of them being as keys. I know me and Dark specifically really hate that keys are in the game right now. We kind of have the philosophy that you should not be awarded for not completing your objectives. So my question to you guys is, what items and add-ons you want to see changed, fixed, taken out, or even brought in to help balance the gameplay?
I wouldn't say no to better flashlights, because there's times where I'll use, flashlights with, add-ons that should blind the killer, and I'm sitting there constantly in their face and nothing happens at all.
What add-ons are you using in those cases?
No idea. I don't.
That's not
So
really specific.
the thing with the flashlights are very skilled based. You have to know how to use the flashlight to get this done. So flashlights, I honestly don't have a problem with. Honestly, my problem lies with keys and being able to open up the hatch prematurely.
Yes.
As a survivor
Well, it's
main,
not
I honestly,
super premature.
I honestly fucking hate equipping a key, because that guarantees that killer's gonna go for me, so that no one uses that key.
Or
Right,
brings
That's the one
Franklin's.
thing.
I mean, honestly,
Franklin's.
if I see
like
a
a
key,
wasted slot
I just
for me.
lobby dodge.
So do I.
Okay.
Exactly,
Yeah,
which is why I said killers should not be able to see the add-ons. Or the items.
That's where we disagree.
I'm not.
Yeah,
too
I'm
sure
not
about
entirely
that.
sure on
I'm
that, to be
50-50 about
honest. Yeah, that could be broken. That could be broken. Because if that happens, then every single killer is going to start running Franklin's. Because we're going to be scared to death of that key.
Okay, so to prevent being, like, if you bring a key, like Fuzzy said, he's afraid of being tunneled.
Oh no, it happens.
So maybe
it's guaranteed.
instead of keeping the item secret, you keep the survivor secret. Everybody looks like a blur, whatever. You can't see the survivor, but you can see the items. So that way you can't put who is who with the items, and you won't get tunneled. But the killer can still see the items.
I mean, even then...
You just can't see who the survivor is holding.
It in game, though.
Yeah, we're just going to see
Not
you hold
necessarily.
it in the game.
It's not that hard to... But it's not hard to find a chest, put your key or whatever in there, and, drop the other thing so it's safe.
Well, with that sense...
Yeah, that's a risk.
Since you're talking about being able to put your key in kind of safe spot, would killers be able to go up to these chests and destroy these chests so that item is no longer usable? There's that key, like, The only item that I have a problem with is the skeleton key and the dual key. Being able to open up the hatch prematurely, I think, is completely unfair and completely broken. There are many games I've had where I should have won the game and I ended up losing because of a premature escape due to a key. It's happened to Dark very recently. Doing one of my challenges, I challenged him to play Michael with no sound. Granted, he was struggling a little bit, but he was doing good. He was on track to win. And then someone brought in the key, and 2 people escaped.
Yeah.
And that's completely unfair. He was winning with no sound, and then at an instant, boom, he loses the game. 2 people escaped. For me, that seems really unfair.
I do agree, because it has happened to me as a killer before, and it is super irritating. So maybe something, I just thought of it, obviously. Maybe to counter that, if you bring a key, only you can use it. So as soon as you jump in, hatch closes again.
Ooh.
The other people cannot get out.
Yeah, it's a time limit on it.
But if you have a skeleton key, it's like you get 30 seconds or however long, and all 4 people can just jump in. But I'm like, to counter that, if you bring a key, it's a one-time use. It stays with you. Nobody else gets the hatch, and it also prevents people, like, just as an example, say that we're all playing, you, me, Dark, Fana, whatever. 4 survive with friends or whatever. I'm sorry. I'm just like 4 people. And say I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do as a survivor. I'm not helping. I'm not doing anything. Quentin brings a key. Me and him are the last 2 people. I haven't done anything. He gets the hatch. Hatch does not open for me. He opens for him. It closes. It's done. Hatch does not open again until I've done at least something.
Someone in chat brought up a really good point. She said, what if there's only 2 people left? Someone who has the key opens up that hatch. It closes, but then there's 1 person left, so the hatch reopens. That's 2 people out at that point in time. Honestly, if we do something like what Fresh was talking about before,
the map and
the keys.
Map to find the key.
Yeah, you can have the key work as a function to where it helps you open the gates up a little bit faster, or you don't have to go out and find that key, or it helps you find these map pieces and the key. Something like that, to kind of go off with what he was saying before.
Right.
Personally, I just want them gone from the game, but
well, one thing I heard, something happened, or something that was around before, killers could close the hatch. And I wouldn't be opposed to bringing that back.
Let's not talk about hatch too much. That will be something for later in this podcast. That'd be covered under overall gameplay. So we're talking about overall survivor gameplay mechanics, and anything to do with the actual survivor side. Hatch is more of an in-game and an overall gameplay mechanic, because that affects both survivor and killer equally, so to speak.
I'd like to add on to my idea, that mini quest line.
Okay.
There's gonna be like maybe one quest that's gonna be a lot more. This is definitely optional, but the reward is even bigger. So say you have to equip a specific perk or something.
Okay.
You know, it probably changed things up a bit. You know. But You know, I don't know if you guys are a fan of that.
Honestly, dude, that could make some for a pretty interesting gameplay. Like, you know, you get extra bonus points for running a certain build, and it
Or
have.
a perk.
Well, I'll have to go with a build. I think a build
build?
would be, yeah, because one perk's not really make too much of a difference. A build,
Okay.
you're like, holy fuck, I have to run this build, and you know, that
Yeah.
be.
No, it's because Dead by Daylight does it. They do something on I don't know if it's YouTube or Twitch, but it's a perk mix-up kind of thing, and they challenge their players to try it out. It's 4 random like perks, and they tell them, all right, here's the challenge, try it out. And
Yeah.
I think they should just might as well input it into the game. It'll make things very, very interesting.
Yeah,
know.
definitely. Because like one perk is not gonna be that big a deal. It's like for my thing, I run right now. I currently run Life, Dance with Me, Quick and Quiet, and Adrenaline. You know, if it's just one perk, I can just take out fucking Adrenaline or Quick and Quiet and place for that perk, and that's no big deal. But if they're
Okay.
having me run
Yeah, but
something like Premonition, Pharmacy, Small Game, and Autodidact, you know, I'm gonna think twice about, okay, do I really want these blood points right now? You know, it's gonna take more thought. And it'll make for a very interesting gameplay experience as well. You might
And
find out
killers
something
won't
that
have to,
works
like,
really well
worry
together.
about, you know, decisive strike or adrenaline every single game. Maybe on the same side, killers also have to do the challenge, you know?
Yeah.
Even though they already get a good amount of blood points. Maybe.
How much blood points are you thinking for this? And
Well-
before you talk about that, someone in chat did mention something really, really good. This will really help give more blood points to survivors, because we all know the blood point grind for survivor is excruciating.
Ugh.
So this could really help kind of balance out the blood point difference between survivor games and killer games.
Yeah.
For sure. But sorry, go ahead and continue.
Oh no. Crap. Well, I don't know if it should be less or more than daily rituals. I don't exactly know. That's the real downside.
I would say, you know, since it is kind of like a daily thing, because are you talking about just doing this for, like, you have to just once a day, or is this for each different match? Like, each match you have a certain build that you have the option to run to get more blood
Oh,
points.
for the build, it's once a day.
Once a day, so
yeah, once a
that'd be
day.
more of a ritual.
Because
So
once every
for-
match, that's gonna be a big problem. Like,
Okay.
Why?
So for that, I'll just say, you know, since it's kind of like a daily ritual anyways, just make it 30,000 blood points. It's a daily ritual.
30,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get down with that.
Do you think killers should have the same option of doing a specific amount of things and doing a specific build? Or...
Maybe. We'll talk more about that once we hit the killer section. We're getting close to it.
Alright.
We can just bring it back up and we can discuss more about that. But I think that might be something we can do for killers as well. I have a few issues with it, but like I said, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's get back to Survivor perks real quick. So, there are a few perks that I kind of like to see change before we move on to killer. Adrenaline. I love adrenaline. One of my favorite perks, actually. I do feel like it is too strong. I'm not gonna lie. I remember King, I believe it was King, talking about a change about it. It kind of goes in hand with Noah as well. But pretty much what he proposed is you keep one of the two things that goes along with adrenaline. So either you get your speed boost but you don't heal the 1 health state, or you heal the 1 health state but no speed boost. What do you guys think about something like that? I personally like that.
Yeah, keeping the health state would probably be the better option out of the two, because if you want it to be like like if it does change and you want it to be like the original adrenaline, just run sprint burst, and you get the health state and you get the speed, but it's 2 separate perks. You don't get it, you know, in one.
Okay. Dark, I know you're a big fan of adrenaline, just like I am. What are your thoughts on this proposed change? Because
I think
I'm sure you can agree that it's extremely strong. And
it is extremely strong, and it doesn't really have any counterplay.
Yeah. So, what do you think about the proposed fits that King has brought up? So I'm not going to take credit for this at all. I believe he's the one that came up with this. Or do you have anything different that you think could come into as a change?
I think personally that it should be a health state heal.
Just a health state heal?
And it should not count as an exhaustion perk.
So just the health state, get rid of the speed boost, and just leave it at that? Okay.
I think it'd be fun with it.
Is there any other survivor perks that you think that needs a quick change, rework, update, nerf, buff, before we move on?
Do you guys have a problem with adrenaline waking you up from the dream world?
Yes. Yes.
You do?
I do. I have lost...
I don't, personally.
I've lost many games due to it.
Well, the question I have is, adrenaline, when you're in the dream state, does it only wake you up, or does it heal you one health state?
It heals you and wake you up,
does
and you
everything.
get your speed bonus.
Okay.
It is
So
extremely
then-
strong against Freddy.
So then just
Extremely.
remove the speed boost, probably.
So, what I can see how it would be annoying when you're playing Freddy and, you know, whatever. So it either needs to heal you or wake you up from the dream state, and that's it. Maybe the dream state needs to count as, you know, a health state, whatever, so it doesn't, you know, heal you.
Okay.
It just wakes you up.
Now, this is when things get a little more complicated. What if you're downed?
If you're downed in the dream state, it gets you up, but you're still in the dream state. If you're,
I
or
think if
something
you're
like
da-
that.
But the thing is, in normal gameplay, I think if you're down in the dream state, you technically wake up.
No, you
No,
don't.
no, you don't wake
don't?
up. You don't wake up. You're still in
Okay.
dream state. That's
You
why.
only wake up if you get injured, like if they're healing you and...
And they injure.
That's why
Alright,
Sluggy,
yeah.
Freddy
Okay.
Slug builds are actually kind of strong, because
Yeah.
he has a built-in Deer Stalker, unlimited Deer Stalker.
Yeah.
Someone from chat proposed, said something about Streetwise. You guys
Oh,
think
Streetwise?
Streetwise needs a change? So let's go to Streetwise real quick.
I think the perk itself doesn't need a change, but I think the values do.
Okay, so at this point in time, here's what it says for Streetwise. Long nights out-taught you to do a lot. Reduce consumption rate of item charged by 10%. For you and allies within an 8-meter radius. Outside this range, just if that persists for 15 seconds. So, what would you guys change? Oh, that is tier 3. Actually, let me go to my Neo. I have tier 3 on my Neo.
My problem with buffing it is that it's gonna bring back Gen Jockey all toolbox
Ooh,
teams.
yeah.
Okay,
Or
so-
flashlight
It's gonna
shades.
extend the longevity of teams
Right.
items so much.
So
Or
I
Hex
I
Shadows.
misspoken. For tier
Yep.
3, the consumption rate is reduced by 15%. Not 10%.
10%, yeah, 10%'s tier 1.
Yeah. So it's my fault.
Okay.
It is 50% at tier 3.
How could we change Streetwise? That's
Question.
interesting.
For, Quentin, for tier 3, is it still, once out of range, it affects for 15 seconds?
Yes.
I don't see that it needs. I don't think it would need it, because when you're out of range, it persists for 15 seconds. That's just 15 seconds once you're out of range. Like, that doesn't mean you're not doing anything. So the 15 seconds doesn't matter unless you're actually going to actively use that perk in that 15 seconds.
Yeah, and it's already 2
Or
perks.
item.
Chat just even said that there are 2 perks that already counters this perk anyways. We have Franklin's and overroom presence that counted as perk in the first place.
Right.
No one uses overwhelming presence in its current state. It's not necessary.
Yeah, but
Silence
it's
don't
still
make it up.
it's still a counter to it. That's the whole point. There is
Even
still a
then, I
counter
never
to it.
see overwhelming presence on trappers.
You
They're
don't.
usually
The only
unnerving.
thing I can say with Streetwise is if the effect's gonna persist for 15 seconds, maybe it just needs to be like 15 seconds when you use it.
Is that 15,
That's like the
15
only-
seconds at 15%?
No, once out of range, this effect persists for 15 seconds.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was saying. Like if you don't use it in that 15 seconds, it's just not there.
Yeah.
But if
Okay.
maybe 15 seconds of actively using it is when it, works. But you have to have been in the 8-meter range of whoever's using it.
Personally,
Wouldn't
I
that
don't.
mean we would have to change leader? Because it's the same mechanic as Streetwise.
Do I have leader?
Someone
One.
from chat said maybe a
I mean,
blood
it doesn't
point
really say
reward
the
for
same
running the
purpose.
perk. 'Cause no one
Wait,
really
what
runs.
happened?
Someone from chat has stated maybe a blood point reward for running the perk, because no one actually really uses this perk unless they're trying to just get a Detonia. What do you guys think about a small blood point bonus for running the perk? If so, where will that fall under?
Would that not be like an altruistic thing?
What do you mean?
You said what category would it fall under? Like,
We already
Wouldn't
have
it be
two
like-
We already have two altruistic blood point perks for survivors.
True.
oh yeah,
Well,
no
I
one
didn't
left.
We have an
survival.
objective, and then we have But
So,
we
yeah,
already
the-
have an objective, so
We have nothing
Yeah.
for survival though,
Yeah. Yeah.
with the exception of decisive or head on, which only give 500 each.
So that could be something that could be added to as well.
boldness
like
maybe.
Yeah, bonus.
Nah, but you get boldness from chases.
Yeah, I know.
So
Oh, you know what? Maybe we should do that to spine chill. Actually,
So change spine
chill's
chill.
fine as it is, personally.
no, just. Oh no, it's good, but I'm saying like add a blood point bonus to boldness if you equip spine chill.
Oh, okay. I can get on with that. I can get on with that.
I mean, it works.
All right. So I don't run spine chill personally.
I used to use it there.
All right. For survivors, anything else you guys like to add to this section? Okay.
Oh god,
I
Deliverance.
personally hate deliverance.
I hate it too.
I think it's a solid perk.
Yeah.
That goes with the risk and reward.
Yeah.
I mean, there's several perks out there that
It is
are
a very strong perk if
I-
you're
yeah.
in communications with a team.
yes,
You
it's
can
strong.
unhook yourself at no cost of pressure for your team.
I honestly hate it, but for a really different reason. I tend to have teammates that, when they do run deliverance, they're like, don't unhook me, I have deliverance, okay? But you're gonna be in the broken state. Like, if you get downed again, you're getting back on that hook.
Yeah.
So, it's honestly just, it's a pet peeve of mine, really. That's a great perk, but if I'm right there and I can unhook you, just let me unhook you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably
Yeah.
the only
But
thing I
that's
have a
all-
problem with deliverance.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
was about to say. Regardless, if the killer's tunneling you, whether you're broken or still injured, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
that's
It doesn't,
true.
Like,
doesn't
unless
matter
you
at
have
that
an
point.
instant heal when you're
Or
getting
borrowed
off the hook,
time.
yeah, if it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, so with the current state of deliverance, I think I hate the perk. I don't like seeing it, but I think it's in a good state. You have the situation that has to be used, and you have to get someone off the hook first.
Sure.
You have to make a safe save. Now the perk is active. And now you also
think what
have
it's
a
like-
drawback to it. So once you do throw yourself off that hook, you're broken. So it has a risk, it has a reward, it has a situation unique to it. And I think that's what makes it balanced for both.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you guys say you wanted a rework for balanced landing? Because sometimes it doesn't pop when it should.
That's not really
I
a
think it
rework,
should be
that's just a
reworked.
bug.
It's
That's just
just-
a bug.
Yeah, it's just a
Oh.
fix to fall detection. Usually works for me, but I've had situations where I've jumped off the combine harvesters in
Yeah, so have I.
Coldwind maps, and it just hasn't popped, even
Alright.
though I've fallen enough distance for it to trigger.
Yeah. So I think we've all said pretty much everything that needs to be covered with Survivor. Unless you guys have any last minute things you want to add.
Do you guys remember that change to self-care that they didn't do?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
What
they
is
realised it was
your
a terrible idea.
yeah? So I'm guessing that's your opinion. You think it's a
Yes,
pretty
I
terrible
think it's-
idea of a perk?
I think it was a terrible
Yeah.
idea.
I think
Wait, what was the
self-care.
rework?
I think self-care is fine the
So-
way it is.
Yeah.
So self-care was you heal yourself a lot faster at the cost of healing others slower. Self-care.
Yeah, it was 75%. You heal yourself at 75% healing speed, but you also heal everyone else at 75% healing speed.
Yeah, you were exponentially slower, and so
Yeah.
when people were like, "Yeah, no, self-care's not worth it," but some people were like, I mean, it's worth
Yeah.
it for me."
Yeah,
And I was
personally,
like, "No, that's not a good idea."
It'd promote like lone
Selfish.
wolf playstyles. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
Jake is
People
gonna be the
wouldn't
thing.
wouldn't heal each other.
yeah. Personally, I think self-care is
The
in
only
a
thing
great state.
I don't like about self-care is if you're near a pallet, you shouldn't be able to
Oh.
like.
So
I hate
for
that.
that,
That's
all
a
you have to
problem
do
with
is
you,
go
I think.
into your options, and you just gotta change your keys.
Yeah, just literally change
But
the
I
button to
shouldn't
self-care.
have to do that though.
That's just base. That's just base. That's the way everything comes
Yeah.
in base. I mean, personally, I
That's
don't have
why
an
you
issue
can
with that.
change
I
the
don't have that
controls.
issue. But just change your controls. That's all I have to do. Just a quick change.
Just
I
change
do
the
have a
button so it's
question.
not the same.
I do have a question for Dark and Fanta and well the rest of you.
So-
Whenever you have someone that has self-care,
Mhm.
do you prefer that they just heal themselves, or do you try to heal them?
I try to
Heal
heal
them.
them. I try to heal them because it's faster.
It's
But-
faster.
Yes.
Like if you're sitting there self-carrying in front of me, just let me heal you. I can do it faster for you.
Mm-hmm.
You're wasting time
Especially
just
seeing as I
self-carrying.
use botany knowledge.
Yeah,
so
I
can
feel
heal
like
much
it-
faster.
For me,
Yeah, self-care for me is like deliverance in a sense.
For me personally, if I'm playing with teammates, I'll let you guys heal me. If I'm playing with randoms, I prefer to heal myself because a lot of the times when I'm playing with randoms,
Mhm.
they don't know when to stop. Like the killer's coming, stop touching me. You're not gonna make it. Like you are halfway healing me, you need
Well,
to stop.
Well, now they have the mechanic into
Yeah,
it. You
you
can
can
get
walk
out
away.
yourself. Yeah, you can just walk away and it breaks it. So.
Right. But also like I don't know how well they hit their skill checks, all that. I just don't trust people who are not, my teammates.
Fair enough.
Or are you in a
Self-care
party
is
chat?
Fair
right.
enough.
Self-care is definitely situational. Dark, me and Dark had an issue with the self-care at one point, and he, made it clear and made me understand that it is better for him to heal me because it goes faster. He made me realize that self-care is not always the best option, but it is definitely a good option situationally.
Yeah, I think it's
If absolutely
fine.
nobody can heal, yeah.
Thanks
if
to the
nobody
healing
can
meta
heal you,
changes,
then-
it's fine.
Yep. Alright.
Yeah.
Because they slowed down healing across the board, I think self-care is in a perfect place right
Yep.
now.
Alright,
And just
so,
use nurses calling.
yeah. Alright, so
The only
we're gonna transition over into killers real quick. So what we're on can't speak. So what I want to do, I'm gonna go through each killer. I'm just gonna say who the killer is. You guys let me know if there's any changes you want to do or not. Just not really get deep into discussion because there are 12 killers now,
yeah.
13 killers, something like that.
Right.
It'll take a while. Just can I give like a brief yes, no, if yes, what do you want to change, and then we'll move on to the next killer. It's gonna be
Alright.
buffs,
Okay.
it's gonna be nerfs, it's gonna just be
We'll
quality
go
of
and tell your
life.
friends now.
This is just the killers, not overall killer gameplay. It's just specific to this killer and this killer alone. Okay. First up is Trapper.
Yes. It's change.
What change?
My proposed change is a very simple one. Start the match with all of his traps armed.
I completely agree. I'm happy with that.
He's then in a perfect position.
think
Because
that's
it gives him his intended power right at the start, which is map pressure.
Okay.
And
But the
random
problem
trap
with
placement
that
does catch
though
people.
is his iridescent thing. It'll be
No,
Not
that still
necessarily.
works though, Fuzzy.
That
'cause
still
if
works.
Still work.
Yeah, it still works
people,
because
all you have to do is
people
leave the
disarm
traps,
traps.
where they are. Yeah, and they disarm them, and if you just don't move them, then they just reappear where you wanted them to be.
yeah.
Okay.
So all traps start opened. He still uses iridescent. No trap gets deactivated. 30 seconds later, it comes back alive. All this change is doing just bringing that initial
Map
pressure
pressure.
into the game, which is what he needs. He doesn't have to go around and waste time setting up, which setting up for Trapper is ridiculous.
Yeah, I have to
So-
Uncorrupted Dimension and Ruin to even have a chance at setting
Yeah.
up without
So
having half
now
gen
you
thing.
don't have to worry about, oh my god, I need to set up now. Now you can kind of like, okay, I can kind of set up as I go. They're
Yeah.
already open, and Dark has shown that sometimes you
Yeah.
get people in traps at just a
You
random
do.
fucking
It's
spot.
off. It's really common actually. I've noticed.
So it's an instant pressure in the game, and I like that change. Alright, let's
Oh,
go
yeah.
ahead. Go and move on to the Wraith.
Tough one.
Wraith is weak. The only thing I don't know what change I would do for him.
Yeah, exactly. I know he's weak. I just can't think of a change that would make him better.
I would like to
think he's
see
in
a quicker reappearance time, but there's add-ons for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
nothing I can actually. If he gets changed, it has to be a complete rework. But then he's not gonna be the Wraith that we all know and love. You know what I mean? So personally, he's just gonna be one of those killers that's just gonna be weak. And I think we just kind of just need to leave it at that.
I can't.
Well, he does have
Is
perks and
there-
add-ons that make him strong.
there
That
an
seed
add-on that-
in chat says
killed
better
us?
invisibility.
Oh yes, that's true.
Yes.
He said, well, no,
Well, he doesn't.
but they don't get rid of the shimmer.
His shimmer,
If you
his
see the
shimmer is extremely visible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
If you're gonna have an invisible killer, he needs to be fully invisible, like Freddy.
Okay, so just make the shimmer kind of go
That'll make
away
his,
and actually make
irid-
him fucking invisible.
Yeah, but that'll make his iridescent add-ons like a must-have, and yeesh, that's gonna be fun.
Alright.
What about how about when he's uncloaking, he's not completely slowed down? Maybe?
Okay,
there
so
an
the
add-on for that?
charge, there. Actually, I don't know if there's an add-on for.
I don't
Actually, let me
think there
go
is.
through and see. I don't have a whole lot on him right
You
now.
gotta kill your friends.
Oh, yeah, I can't go to kill your friends, can I? So
Yeah.
let me go to that real quick.
Because I realize
be
whenever
easier
I
if I
play
do this.
Wraith and I'm trying to uncloak someone, I'm depending on this speed boost, and sometimes I'm not gonna catch up in time. It's kind
Yeah,
of
the speed boost is like ridiculous if you're just gonna be slowed down when you're uncloaking anyway.
I thought the idea was for it to like make him gainable pallets.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. Like it, because well, actually, he does have one. He has one for reappearance time.
Yeah, reappearance time. But like that charge speed, like you're walking, not in slow motion, but it's pretty slow. But then there's that speed boost.
Yeah. So I sent all you guys requests for Kill Your Friends. Just kind of go through and see what he has for his add-ons. But yeah, I believe this reappearance time is what does that.
I'll be right back.
Probably.
Yeah, so
Then
he
I
has
don't
considerably
know.
reduces reappearance time. So pretty much that makes his ding ding go a lot faster. So there's already something for that.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. Hillbilly.
Fine where he is, I think.
Yeah, I think he's fine. I don't think anything else can be added to him. Personally.
That's the idea.
Well, that's the
idea.
that's his chainsaw. That's kind of what he does.
Yeah.
Can he
Is the
chainsaw
idea
through
is that
vaults?
he's a map pressure killer.
Yep.
Well, you can chainsaw through vaults, but you can hit through vaults as well. So it's kind of just the same thing.
Yep.
That's
Alright.
probably my only complaint.
Even then, that's
but
only if you miss
it
time
should
your
be
vault.
changed.
You can mind game it pretty easily though. If you see him revving his chainsaw near a vault, just don't vault.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Nurse.
I think she is necessary as a killer. A killer like her needs to exist. And on console, she needs changes. Her auto aim is terrible.
Yeah, I don't like her auto aim.
It screws you out of a lot of hits. Couple that with the poor compatibility on console in general, and Nurse is extremely hard to play on some maps because of the frame rate drops. It's less of a problem with her and more a problem with the maps working against her.
Yeah. So.
Oh, what's this? Twitch
Okay.
challenges.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm actually doing that. Alright, so let's go on to Hag.
Fine where she is, I think.
Yeah, she starts out with 10, but her traps don't deal any damage.
Mm.
It helps her create a web. What do you mean?
Huh.
They just go back into the bag. I mean, it doesn't go back to the spot. It just goes back into the bag. She has to
We're talking about
actually
her,
go through and put another trap in that same spot. So I think Hag is a good thing. I can't foresee
she
any
is.
changes.
Yeah. That's something I hate. I hate the camera change.
Oh yeah,
It is
that can
extremely
be.
disorienting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just fit some pretty much just fits to where it's more of a survivor thing then, but just kind of a fits where when the trap is set, the camera view doesn't change. It stays where it's at.
I have something. I don't know if this was talked about, so if it was, please let me know. I just got back. The Rusty Shackles that she has.
Yes.
Trip Phantasm traps give no indication of being triggered to the survivor. Trap does not spawn a Hag Phantasm.
Okay.
I will crouch by those things, and still they pop. How does that even happen?
That's
It's
probably a
just a
bug.
understand-
That's
What
a bug at that point.
What add-on?
I
Fuzzy.
think it's the mint rag. I think it's the mint rag, but I might be
That's the
wrong.
one where she can teleport to any trap.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Does it give her a notification that we pass by it?
Okay, so
Like if we're
one of her
crouched?
add-ons is it doesn't matter if you
No.
fucking crouch on that trap, it will pop. It's if you step on it. I forgot which add-on it is though. I think it's mint rag. Let me check.
Mint Rag is the one where she can teleport to any. Shackles
Yes.
is where
Oh, okay.
doesn't show Phantasm.
It's not Grandma's heart.
So-
it might no, it's not the ear either.
What add-ons are they looking for, sorry?
I
So
remember that being a thing though.
yeah, I'm kind of going
what,
through
sorry?
as well. Yeah, Mint Rag is where you can teleport to any trap and the cooldown 15 seconds. Rusty Shackles, triggered traps give no indication of being triggered to the survivor. A trap does not spawn at the fake
Yeah,
Hag.
the fake Hag. And that's fine. I don't mind that happening. It's obviously it's a perk. It's a good one. but it bothers the crap out of me. I urban evade the whole game, the whole time, and pop, pop, pop.
If
I'm like,
you're urban
how is that
evasion
fair?
overing it, that's probably just a bug at that point, and that bug needs to be fixed.
It definitely does, because
That would be a bug fix. That's not something to do with her or the add-on itself. That's a bug. Alright. Next, we're gonna go to... Yes.
Doctor.
Hang on. The doctor.
Doctor,
Doctor.
you need a news.
Alright,
Got
so...
Back case.
Any proposed changes for the doctor?
His laugh could get taken out. That thing's annoying.
Yep.
Like, ugh.
I don't know, it gives him a little personality too, though. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of gives him a little personality. But as far as Doctor in itself, as far as his power and everything goes, do you see anything that needs to be changed?
The only thing that I complain about with the Doctor is, when he shocks you, and immediately goes into like the attack mode, whatever, and hits you, like while you're still screaming. I don't think that's fair. I think it needs to.
What do you mean? That's just switching from L2 to R2.
Yes, the switch.
It's just a switch.
Takes no time at all, though.
It doesn't take for any time for any killer who has a power, though. With any killer who has a power that doesn't charge up, it has to have a second. Like even with Huntress's hatchets, you can go from hatchet to melee like pretty much instantly. It's with every killer.
Yeah.
That's on every killer. Because the whole point of him to shock you is, of course, to build up the madness, so he gets points. He's trying to get you into a state where you have to do a secondary thing before you can do something else, as well as it prematurely stops you. It stops you for like 2 seconds. That stops you for like a second. And usually when a doctor shocks you, he's from a distance anyways.
The Doctor needs to be able to stop from doing things when he shocks you, because
He can.
he's got no chase potential.
He can.
Well,
You
no,
just
I mean,
gotta
like I said,
time the
I-
shock really well.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
I can understand, like, because I get
But
shocked
that
before I
takes
can
with
get
skill.
to a pallet, and I can't use the pallet, or I can't vault, or I
That
can't do
needs
anything.
to be a thing, though, because
Yeah.
otherwise
That's
the
fine.
Doctor has
That's what I'm
nothing
saying.
to
That's
chase.
no, that is absolutely fine. The thing I don't like is he'll shock you and immediately smack you afterwards. Like I feel like if he shocks you, there needs to be at least
There
a
is a
second or two
cooldown though.
before he.
It just
I mean,
make him
there is.
weaker than he already is, though.
I mean,
He's not that weak though. He
He's-
has
he
a lot
is
of potential to
pretty
find.
no,
weak.
no, he is weak. He is one of the bottom tier
weak.
killers. He has
He's
0
very
chase
weak.
potential.
How,
The only thing that the doctor has is chasing and map presence.
All he's got is tracking.
Not chasing, but tracking him for
Yeah.
5 gens multiple times. His shots, unless you're really good with his shots, don't actually prevent you from doing anything. And most doctors, as of myself, we shot from a distance, and we use that shot to gain distance on you.
Yeah.
So I think Doctor, I don't know what else we could do with him. He's just one of those killers that just low on a totem pole. And no, you need killers high, you need killers low, you need killers in the middle. And he's just one of those killers that, is what it is. Alright, let's go with Michael.
I
Effect is
personally
he
don't
is.
have anything wrong.
I think Michael's good the way he is.
I think he's one of the most balanced killers in the game.
I can agree. I can perfectly agree.
I think I only have the only complaint I have is ultra rare add-ons put together. Not fun to play against, but
It's not fun to
other than
play
that,
against, but his
it's
movement speed
fine.
is also tremendously reduced. It is
Yeah, and it
unreal.
takes a long time to build up to the point where people get all the gens done by the time he gets to that point. And even then, just getting a locker and he can't more you.
Yeah. And even then, there's counterplay. to all of it, so. Alright, let's go with Huntress.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, yeah, something to
never
add?
mind. No, never mind.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure.
Huntress herself is balanced, but the hitboxes for her hatchets on maps are not.
Yes. Hitboxes
Map
are ridiculous.
choice. It's not even that. It's like obstacles, like low loops that are like around your waist height. Just screw the Huntress over. Like window bolts, you can't throw through some windows because it hits the sill of them. Like hitboxes are inconsistent. Yeah, oftentimes
we were
like the
talking about that
hatchets,
earlier.
like you can either completely miss a survivor and hit them, or the hatchet just goes straight through them. Like the hitboxes are just so inconsistent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's definitely a thing that's not fair on both sides.
Yeah, that's more of a
Because I've been
bug
screwed
thing
over
than
hits
anything
as a
else.
Huntress. Yeah, the thing is, it's intrinsic to her design now. Because she's the only killer that has this problem with these hitboxes.
Yeah.
With collision hitboxes and ranged attacks.
Yeah. Alright, let's go with Cannibal.
If I see a Leatherface, I bully him. That's more on the players though than the killer himself.
Honestly, the only problem I have with Leatherfaces, and it's not even like a legitimate thing, is that stupid snorting, grunting thing that he does while he's like while he's doing his chainsaw thing. Yeah, but it's not any less annoying.
Yeah, chat says he needs something, but we're just not sure what it is.
Problem is, if Leatherface forces a defensive match like a basement hook or camping, he's strong in that regard. But offensively, he's a joke.
Yeah, he's just a.
Well, if you can't run him, you're
like-
screwed. Honestly.
Yeah, but if you can run him, there's nothing he can do against you.
Right. He's like one of those 50-50 killers.
Well,
He's good or bad situationally.
What about just a slight speed buff to when he's charging his chainsaw?
I could live with that. He's really slow, so like all somebody has to do is run back and forth around a pallet or like a stack of boxes, and you're either gonna hit the box or they might move and you hit them then. Maybe.
Yeah. Alright, let's move on to Freddy. We all know that Freddy needs a rework. And the rework has been in question for about 2 years now, but nothing's came alive. You guys have any proposed reworks for Freddy?
No, not off the top of my head. That is a big thing to ask.
Yeah, personally I can't think of anything to actually rework him with. I don't know. I all I know is that he needs something, but that something I don't know what it is.
He's pretty much useless, aura reading perks are useless against him, and I think that there needs to be a rework for that because.
Nah, I think they shouldn't work against him because he's literally incorporeal. He's a demon that exists in a different dimension. How would people see him?
Yep.
Or maybe if you're in the dream state, you can see his aura.
You can though.
Can you?
In the dream state. Yeah, with aura reading abilities, when you're in the nightmare, you can see him.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Okay, never mind then.
Just when you're outside of it.
Wait, what didn't you know?
Aura reading for Freddy.
So kind of like a whispers type of thing? Okay.
Do you think you could like manifest certain actions?
Okay.
I don't know, because that's not really true to his character in the movies.
Yeah. He's a hard one for sure. All right, let's jump right over to the pig. Personally, this is me just being a huge fan of the Saw franchise. I think Dark agrees with me on this. The add-on rule set number 2
Needs
should
changing.
be base power. So what rule set
Yes.
number 2 is, it disables the survivor's ability to see the Jigsaw bosses until the trap is activated. I think that is...
I also think another thing should be changed. You should not be able to take the hatch with a trap on your head.
Yes.
It should kill you.
Also, I would like to see deviousness points added for every unsuccessful Jigsaw boss that they go to. No, you go to Jigsaw bots. It was not the right one. She should get some blood points for
very
that.
little deviousness. The only deviousness she gets is like 500 for her traps and maybe 500 for an ambush. But let's face it, at high ranks, who is ever going to get an ambush without videotape? And Amanda's letter.
It is so hard, dude. It is so, like, you and me know.
You get
both
like
know.
one a game, maybe.
Yeah, because we get up to rank 1 pretty much every fucking season, and it's so difficult. But rule set number 2 and the bonus point, the blood point thing, I think are really good additions. What do you guys think? I think the rule set number 2 really adds on to the theme of Saw and what Saw is about.
Yep. Same with the hatch. Escapes.
Yeah. The hatch escapes, yeah, you should not be able to get out the hatch with the bear trap on as well. But I want to hear you guys' opinions. What do you guys think? No, the time stays the same. So you can have 5 or 3 gens pop at once, and it's still just going to go around the same time. No, because the bear traps are not used to kill survivors. They're used to slow down the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't think the timer should be buffed at all. Like I said, just make it to where Jigsaw boxes appear, but don't appear until a gen has been done. Like your track is activated. I think that really kind of goes with the ideology of what Saw does. I think Hangman should be a hatch tamper perk. Huh. So let's go to Hangman real quick. So
Hangman's trick.
Hangman's trick. Controller equip.
It's a weird one. It was designed to counter the sabotage meta back when it was released.
Yeah.
But there's no longer a sabotage meta.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
No
it
one
does screw over
sabotages.
people that are doing their daily ritual to Sabo. This happened to me personally. I was Saboing and I instantly got found by that pig. I was like, oh shit. Oops. You know, bad timing. But
Are we still on Amanda?
Yes.
yeah, we are on Amanda.
So
I just want to make sure.
the only thing I could probably think of that could do with that is it'd be a perk instead of just a gameplay mechanic added in. But Heyman's trick could allow you to close the hatch. But that requires you running a
I
perk.
don't like the idea of that being a
And
perk.
yeah, I don't like that either. Because I don't like that the devs are just bringing in perks to fix gameplay mechanic problems instead of it actually just fixing the problem itself. Why does my controller keep dying? Oh, that's why.
I mean, it sounds like a necessary evil for it to be a perk, because then that means they're gonna have to sacrifice one of their other perks.
Yeah.
And not
I
everyone
don't-
gets the hatch, so it's again, that's like a 50-50 kind of thing. I don't have a problem with it becoming a perk. It could be probably surveillance, even though that has to do more with gens and the
Nah.
hatch.
Surveillance
should
is
stay as it is.
surveillance is in
It's
a good
very
state,
good perk.
but
It's
we'll get
actually one of the
more.
best perks in the game, in my opinion.
We'll get more into perks in a minute. So let's move on to clown. I am personally a clown main. I love clown, and I don't really perceive any changes. I have a
absolutely
lot.
loathe
That
the
ugly
clown.
mug he has. Ugh.
Yeah, I think Clown's in a good spot. It's
Yeah.
well balanced.
As a clown main, as someone who knows clown inside and out, I don't see any changes.
I honestly absolutely loathe the clown. I hate going against him. But he is in a pretty okay spot. Like, he's fine. But he's
Okay.
fucking annoying to go against.
That he is. That he is.
Like,
Yep.
holy shit. Like, I'm already slower than the clown, and then the clown could just slow me down even more. Holy fuck, I'm screwed.
Yeah. As a
Yeah.
clown main, I also hate just going against clowns. It's not a fun time. But at the same time, he can still get loops.
Kind of.
If the clown doesn't know what he's doing, he can get looped. The only thing the clown doesn't have, he doesn't have tracking. You should never use your bottles to try to track. Don't fucking do that. He doesn't have map pressure or map presence. All he really has is stopping the chase kind of quickly for good, and stopping loops. And he doesn't.
Hey, but
He
go
doesn't
talk-
actually stop a loop. He more or less slows down the loop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gives him a
Unless
chance
you're
to catch up.
me. Unless you're me, who
Like,
can't.
very
fucking
few killers
loop
can
the
just
killer.
eliminate loops.
Yeah.
His power helps a lot with the loops.
Yeah.
Especially
I-
combined with something like
I'm
bamboos.
a clown game. I'm a clown main, and he can shut down a loop fast. He can shut down a chase fast. He has the ability to get multiple survivors down quickly, but he has nothing else going for him. But I feel like because of his ability to get the chase slowed and stopped quickly, and his ability to stop those loops is what keeps him balanced. Anything more, I think is gonna be too much for him.
I mean,
I can agree.
this is probably my bias talking, but since he has kind of like a natural slow in his kit, would lowering down his base movement be a bad thing?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It would
would be?
remove his ability to continue in loops, and he has no map presence as is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was more of
Slowing
a-
down his movement speed would make him
It was
like
more of a
conscious
hypothetical
without
question
hatchets.
than anything. It wasn't really my suggestion.
Yeah. Like Dark just said, lower his movement speed down would be like a Huntress, but worse.
Yeah, a Huntress
Alright.
with no hatchets, basically.
Yeah.
As far as getting on the map's concerned.
Yeah. So let's jump right into Spirit real quick. Personally, I had no perceived changes to Spirit except for that horrible crashing sound that
Yeah.
happens when you go into
I love
phasing.
playing against Huntresses. and
I
that's
know
her.
that I
She's
just
a great
played
character.
I just played her earlier, and I was like, "What is that?" I thought somebody bolted over a pallet.
Yeah, it is horrendous. I hate it.
Yeah.
I know it's the bug, but I want it gone.
I think the devs did great with her.
Yeah.
Especially
I thought they
balancing
fixed
after
it.
BTB.
Spirit is
They
my
put her
favorite
into such a
killer.
good spot.
Yeah, Spirit's my
And
favorite
she's fun
killer.
to play against as well.
She is my strongest killer. She really tests how good of a killer and how good of a survivor you really are. In my opinion. Because Nurse is on a different level. She takes a completely different gameplay. Spirit, you can still mind game kind of the same way. Sort of. But with Spirit, it really tests your game knowledge. It tests how good are you at the game, so pretty much. Because Spirit's all about reading. You're making reads, you're making guesses. If you guess right, oh boy, you're fucking rewarded. If you guess wrong, well, oh boy, you're fucking butts. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think
That's why I love
Spirit's one of my favorite killers. I love her so much.
She's probably my favorite as well.
Anybody else have any comments towards Spirit?
I have nothing. Other than prayer beads being very strong, but even
Prayer
then,
beads is
it's
extremely
like,
strong, but
like most spirits I see run prayer beads, and it's like there's no counterplay to it. If something's got like
that I
you can
do.
just get grabbed
there
with
is
that
a bit of a counterplay. Gin tapping.
That's not really a counterplay.
But it's not really counterplay. But then again, it's also just an add-on.
Yeah,
so,
but at high ranks, every spirit uses it.
Yeah. No further information for Spirit. We're gonna go Almighty, the Great, the King, the Legion.
Don't even do it. Don't even joke about the Legion.
I'm a Legion main. I'm gonna admit it. So kill me, chat. I'm a Legion main. Only for the fact of the Bloodpoint game. It's way better than Doctorate sometimes. But other than that, he's fun to play and fun to punish toxic survivors with. But I'm not toxic myself. I'm not like the other 99% that, you know, play him really, really toxic.
He's in a weird spot in that he's either pathetically weak or game breaking. Not in a sense that he's strong, it's in a sense that he ignores gameplay mechanics.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Melee.
I do know the devs are currently working, reworking Legion. I have heard some speculations about it. Don't know what's coming about.
First.
From what I understand, Legion's gonna be first, and then it's gonna be Freddy. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. That's just what I've heard. But getting to Legion, what changes do you perceive?
Well, he already has a speed boost, like hella speed.
Sprint burst. Let's just say that.
I don't think he should be able to slide over pallets. Because he already runs really fast, he can break loops just in that sense. He doesn't have to loop over pallets to, break the loop.
Yeah.
I think that's just way too overpowered, and that just does nothing for us, because all he has to do is stand there and wait for us to drop the pallet. He jumps over it and smacks us.
Well, I mean, you kind of saying the same thing about Huntress. Huntress just sits there, waits for you to drop the pallet. He hits you in the face with a hatchet.
Right.
It's a mind game.
But
you can mind game legions that do that.
Yeah.
You can. But the difference between Huntress is that she only has that one power. Legion has jumping over pallets, speed boost. Like I think he has too much. If he either needs to be able to jump over pallets or he has that super fast speed. Because either one of those you can use to break looping.
But see, with Legion, he does have all this stuff, but at the same time, he still has to hit you five times to get you down.
Base Legion is fine.
If he used that.
I think it's the add-ons that really break them.
Base Legion is extremely weak.
Yeah, base Legion is extremely weak. You start throwing add-ons, he becomes extremely strong.
And Frank's mixtape, and you've got a broken killer.
Yeah.
But
Legion's
I think
just
it's
not
more.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. I think it's more that Legion is a killer that, in a way, kind of rewards tunneling, which is why he's so unfun to go against. He's so fucking unfun because he can catch up so damn quickly. But
with no
if you're supposed to
repercussions.
play the Legion how he was supposed to be played, it'd be a little less aggravating. But it would still be aggravating.
But you're extremely
slowing the game down.
But you're extremely weak at that point in time. But honestly, Legion's just one of those killers that I know needs fixing, but I honestly can't propose any fixes to him. I actually have to sit down and think for a long time and brainstorm.
Well, what about when you're in the men's state? He just follows you at a distance until it runs
Yeah.
out.
That's one
Yeah,
of the
that's
common
what
toxic things where they just use Bloodhound and just proxy follow you.
that's what
While you're
chat.
timing
I
things.
That's what
use
chat's just talking
Bloodhound
about.
on him.
Chat said Deep Moon needs relooking, and so the killers can't abuse the moonwalking.
Yeah,
gimmick.
moonwalking's not fun.
It's not fun for anyone, and it's
Well,
just
maybe
it's
it
why
can
everyone
be
disconnects against
It
legions.
can be switched to where if the survivor can actively see like the legion in a certain distance or whatever, then the timer stops.
That I don't think that would work.
But then all you do
because-
is just break line of sight.
because then the killer has tracking on the survivor by the bar not decreasing.
Yep. We're back in the same problem that we're at
which
now.
doesn't make any sense.
That's true.
Yep.
I think the
Alright.
killer. I think if you're going to do that, I think the Legion would not be able to see the progress of the bar, but would be able to see that the person is inflicted with deep wounds. Like you wouldn't be able to see the progress or the timer on it.
Yeah.
Kind of like the
Yep.
pig with her traps,
Mhm. Okay.
because the pig herself can't actually see the timer.
Oh.
That would
Okay.
be that
Yeah.
could be
Yeah.
fair.
You can't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
But that's not really
Something
changing
needs to
too much as
counter-
far. 'Cause
Yeah.
Even still, yeah, like when Legion gets in a chase with you, he's going to get you. There's no
Yeah.
way around that.
There's
Yep.
yeah.
There's no counter to it. You can try to loop all you want, but ultimately he's just gonna get back into frenzy and just speed right back up to you.
Well, that's the problem with Legion. He has too much. He has deep wound. If people are nearby, he can see you.
Mhm.
He has jumping over pallets, super speed, like following you while you're in the mending state, and you're still like your bar's decreasing. He's right behind you. Like he has too much, and
Yeah.
like understand you guys say he's like underpowered and
He
whatever,
is.
but
Because he has all this stuff, but none of it actually works until you bring in add-ons.
Yeah, and that's the same thing that can be said for like, who's really add-on dependent
Wraith.
in your opinion? Wraith?
Wraith
There
is
you go.
definitely add-on up in like Windstorm, Wraith. With shit like all seeing.
wouldn't Hillbilly be add-on dependent too?
Hell no. No. Definitely not.
Mm-mm.
No.
I don't know.
Leatherface is add-on dependent.
Mhm.
Leatherface.
But Hillbilly at his base is still extremely strong, even without add-ons.
So the three
Hag.
killers that can actually do really well without add-ons: Hillbilly, Nurse, Spirit. Hag is iffy. Hag is iffy.
Yeah, that's why
But
I
the
said it.
killers that can consistently do really well without add-ons: Hillbilly, Nurse, Spirit. Like I could actually even advocate the killers that don't really need perks: Hillbilly, Nurse, Spirits. Like for my Spirit, I run her 3 base perks and Ruin. That's what I run, and I destroy teams. I don't have a meta build on my Spirit, and I destroy teams left and right. I could go Iron, and I could probably still get a 4K. Most of the time, like it. She's just no, and we need killers like that. We need killers that are really strong. You know. But
Yeah.
anyways, let's jump into our last killer, the new one, Miss Toxic, the Plague.
Oh god.
I feel like she's just the female version of Legion.
yeah,
like,
that's honestly how I
power-wise.
feel about
Legion
it.
has a female version.
Yeah,
Well,
I actually.
That's why I
Okay,
call
the-
Legion they.
Yeah.
So-
Legion's more of a they.
So what do you
Calm,
mean exactly? The
toxic.
Plague is another skin of a Legion. Cause I find the Legion a lot of fun to play. I always see her eternally.
Pretty
Like
totally.
I do
Well,
really
you get
well
lucky.
with
You do
her.
get
I feel
rewarded,
like she's one of the
you
most
kinda get
balanced
rewarded
killers.
by keeping them in the broken state.
She's a very balanced killer.
Yeah, I think she's really, really well balanced.
Well, I'm not saying she has problems, but it's just like
and I don't really see a
Use
too
Legion's
much of a.
powers and put spit in it, like, or throw up whatever on it. Like,
Well, actually,
she has to hit
I would
you
have
like
to
4
say,
times
like,
to get in a broken
when she
state.
first came out, there were so many tunnely, campy plagues that I got sick of her super quick.
Well, that's
So,
just
you know
people
what?
not
She's
understanding how to
perfectly
play
fine.
her, though.
No, she's perfectly fine.
She's
It's
not
just,
that hard to
it's the
play,
player
so I don't.
base.
It doesn't make any sense why they would camp in tunnel. She's not that hard to play.
I know, she's really simple. Even though I haven't played her yet, so... But she seems pretty...
Plague, for me, she's kind of like the spirit, where if you kind of have a base knowledge of being a killer, no, you can do alright. You know, you can win some games, you're gonna lose some games. But if you're really good as a killer, and especially if you know this killer, you can do extremely strong. Like, I personally think I can't perceive any really changes to her. The only thing that I wouldn't change is her lagginess. Her hitboxes are kind of whack, and when she's lunging, she has a little stutter in her lunge, and it pisses me off. But that's more bug things than there are actually to do with her.
Well, the one thing I can say I don't like about her is her Mori.
What do you mean?
I haven't gotten more
What
better
about
yet.
that?
What about it?
It's just not interesting to watch. Like,
I
I like
love
the
it.
part where I love when she
I love
like whacks you upside the head, but the whole throwing up on your face, like, it just, one, it takes too long. You're
love
just
it.
sitting
That's
there
what I
waiting
want.
for it to happen, and then she throws up on you with the green, and you die. But you don't,
Maybe it
like,
should've
it
been the
just,
red?
it doesn't make sense.
Or
I mean,
black.
It's
even
not interesting to watch. It's like,
I
it's
mean,
like
it's
a
better than
half-assed-
it's better than the trappers or the wraiths.
Yeah, those are outdated as
Yeah.
shit. Those are just.
I don't like the
complete
nurses
garbage.
either. The
I love the
nurses
nurses.
nurses.
I love nurses.
strangles you.
Nurses
and
steam
it's-
Well, that's what that goes along with her lore, though.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She closes your eyes,
I mean, I
too,
can
which is
understand that, but it
kinda
doesn't make it any
bittersweet.
boring to me. Any less
It's a
boring.
great
sorry.
Mori.
And it's great. It goes hand in hand with the lore. Like, I don't even know what they could change it to, because then it doesn't. It's not the nurse anymore. It's
Yeah.
a nurse
It's got
doing
so much
something completely
personality in
different. Yeah, it's
Well,
her.
like,
It's
she
what makes her
strangles people. Like, I can
Yes, she
do that,
teleports
but all
herself
she
and
does is
strangles
like,
you like she does in her backstory.
Yeah,
yeah, but they could do it in a, they could
That's what
strangle
she
you
did
in
in
a
her backstory,
different
though.
way.
I mean, she
Wow.
went up to him and
I don't
strangled
know,
them
it
in
just-
their
What, like,
sleep.
force
They were
choke you with,
asleep.
like Darth Vader. Just use her powers to like pick you up.
But
No.
at that
Yeah.
point, it's not going with her lore. Like, she strangled them
Yeah.
while everyone was asleep. She went around while they're sleeping and strangled them to death. Because then her eyes gonna pop open like, oh my god, I'm getting strangled. And she closes her eyes back. It's hand in hand with the lore. I love it. It's the only one besides Michael that goes hand in hand with the killer.
Spirits
You know,
kinda.
when you see Michael's Mori,
Spirits goes hand in hand
you
with this.
immediately get
In your room, baby.
nostalgia back to the Halloween movies. You know,
True.
it's beautiful. I love it.
Spirits actually goes hand in hand with her law.
It does. Yeah, I could say it does.
The
But-
ending of the Mori is a bit...
The screaming.
No, like, the
Monster
constant
scream?
slashing, I guess it's supposed to represent or resemble the way she got
Well,
slashed at.
she's essentially a ghost of anger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she is.
All right.
I
so,
can see the spirits being fine because, like, you know, she's trying to take out her anger. She probably imagines, you know, survivors as the father
Her
that
dad.
Yeah. that's
murdered
exactly what I
her.
thought.
So
yeah.
I mean, that's
So
that's
this
probably
was
what the
actually
ending is saying.
something I didn't plan on covering, but since we're talking about it, what other Moris do you think that needs to be reworked, changed, revamped?
Freddy's.
Do you guys think? What do you guys think about the possibility of being able to buy Moris in the store? For
Right.
certain killers.
I think that'd be
I would
cool.
love that.
You can change out the Moris. What, baby? Go. Okay, then
So
go.
we're
You don't
now-
have
The
to.
original
so-
Free Killers Moris needs to be changed. They're outdated as hell.
Yes, they are.
Honestly, I
Are they
don't-
all the same?
Trapper and Wraiths. They look terrible and boring.
Aren't the Trapper and the Wraith the same?
Pretty close.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah,
Wraith
Chaz-
pulls you back by the leg and hacks your side, and the Trapper just stands on top of you and hacks you back.
Yeah, Chasing said that they would love
boring.
to buy Moris. I think that'd be pretty cool. The only thing
Buying
about that
Mori's
is these
reminds-
license killers, we won't really be able to do that with.
Maybe.
Oh, what do you think of the pig? Her Mori. Her
I
Mori's
think
kinda...
her Mori should have been a bear trap.
Same.
And I think she should have tweaked the bear trap to go off in like 3 seconds and just slap it on the head and watch them die.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Because then that
I don't
goes
like
along
how it
with
just
Amanda's
stabs through the
character, who made the game unwinnable. So she
I
throws a bear
understand
trap
the
on
neck
him,
slash.
then boom. Yeah, I get the net slash, but
Because it's a reference to like the way Jigsaw dies. But like,
it wasn't
It's
Amanda
still
that
boring.
did that. The pig is
Yeah.
Amanda, so make it something to do with Amanda. She made the game unwinnable
Exactly.
for her contestants. So yeah, get a rigged jigsaw head with bots, put it on them, and have it explode almost immediately. It goes hand in hand with Amanda.
Or I can see something like that. You put the thing and they try to run or whatever to a box, and then it just explodes right before they get
Yeah.
to it.
Well, the
Yeah,
thing with
they
the
take a
bear
couple of
trap is
steps
that-
and
Yeah, it could go with Amanda, or it could also go with Hoffman. Hoffman was also...
see, I will love that, but the pig is Amanda, so
Yeah.
Hoffman doesn't really fit in with this game compared to Amanda.
yeah.
Because Hoffman followed Jigsaw's ideals,
And
whereas
Amanda,
Amanda wanted
Yeah.
to kill.
True.
exactly. So that's why Amanda is the pig versus
Yeah.
Hoffman.
Plus, Hoffman is shown in the movies as like taking down like an entire police station of people with his bare hands, pretty much. Whereas in this game, they
Yeah,
just
that
get
was-
looped for like 5 gens at a time and not get a single kill.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, the same can be said for, like, a lot of the licensed killers, really.
Yeah.
yeah.
Michael would instantly fucking kill people on sight, you know? But then you have
Yeah,
these
but-
Michael
Yes.
players getting
When you
looped.
yeah, but I love Michael's Mori because it is immediate nostalgia going back to the movies. Him
It's
lifting
just very buggy.
lifting them up and just go. Yeah, there's a lot of bugs with it, but
I
that's kind of what
love
makes
the
it
head
fun
tilt.
too.
Stabs you, she stabbed
Well, he
I
did
love
in the
the
What is
movies
the
though.
Huntress
When he
Mori?
throws you on the floor.
So the Huntress Mori,
I don't think
she
I've ever seen the Huntress.
Huntress Mori, she throws it, one hatchet to the face, one hatchet to the body, takes the hatchet out of the body, and melees them one more time.
Well,
I think that's I think that's what it
Basically,
is.
she just- no, she axes them in the head with her main
Axes
weapon,
them in
and
the
then
head.
just smacks their stomach a few times, like in anger. That's what it is.
It's kind of fun to watch.
It's cool.
Personally,
It's
I love the
generic.
Clowns Mori. I love that it's so creepy and disgusting. I love
I'll be
it.
right back.
So
The
pretty much what
Legion's
he
Mori.
does is he stomps your head into the ground, takes your hand, cuts off a finger, licks it, and then puts it in this little pouch.
It's a great Mori.
I love it. It is creepy.
It's his
It is
character.
disgusting. It is beautiful. I love it. The only thing I would change about it is every once in a while he will change which finger he takes.
Oh, okay.
Because he takes the same finger every
the
time.
Legion.
Yeah,
I love
sure.
the Legion's Mori.
I like
it
Legion's
reminds
Mori.
me of the Scream.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Scream series, you know? You have the victim trying to fight back, and then you just get gutted.
Yeah.
I prefer
Yeah.
a more visual gore effect when they kind of like, where they pull your chest open with the knife.
Mhm.
Like, the Hag's got it,
Yeah.
where she literally pulls your guts
the
out.
Hag's got it.
Like,
The Hag's
why
got it.
doesn't the Legion get it?
Yeah. Alright,
Wait, let's go-
transitioning a little bit, let's talk about killer perks. What perks do you perceive that needs changing, fixed, reworked, taken out?
Good question.
I think we should
Predator
start off
needs changing.
Predator.
Predator has no purpose at all.
That's a race
Its only
perk.
purpose that you can argue is that it makes scratch marks closer together, which
Yeah.
scratch marks are bugged right now with how bad they are.
But it's a
But you shouldn't
learning
need a
perk.
perk
It's
to
a
fix
perk that is pretty much used when you're at the beginning of the game.
Yes.
Because you brought this up, what change would you bring?
Fucking hell, I don't know. Like maybe the opposite of lightweight, make scratch marks last longer.
Oh, that's actually not a bad idea.
That's actually it's not a bad idea. I can go with that. I can go
Make
with
it a
that.
counter to lightweight.
I can get on board with that. Let's talk about
Wait.
the giant elephant in the room real quick. Tanophobia.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys were talking about Noah.
No,
Oh,
Tanophobia.
let's not.
We'll get to know it in a minute. Let's talk about Tanophobia real quick.
That's gonna be a
With the
long conversation.
Oh
With
yeah.
the PTB buff, I think it was fine. You know, up to a maximum of 24%. That's a decent figure. But now it's just terrible. It's like 16% for all people injured, and it doesn't even apply to people that are dead. Even though it's the fear of death. You know, thanatophobia.
Yeah,
I feel like
that's the
even
only
including
change
people that are dead though would be a little overkill. It'd be kind of like
make it useful.
But
Dying
its
Light.
percentage is so small that it's not even worth using now.
Well, no, they probably should have just kept the 24. But what I'm saying
Yeah,
is,
they
if they
should've.
were to have the whole,
But
oh yeah, they're
even
dead,
then-
but it still counts. That'd be like Dying Light.
Okay, so but even then, like you have to get that stack. Most
Yeah.
killers cannot get that stack unless you're playing Legion, maybe Spirit, and maybe Nurse. It's only
So
really
then
a
maybe
perk.
you're a higher max percentage to make it
Yeah,
useful.
that's why I thought like 24% as the max, like they did in the PTB, would have been fine. You know,
Yeah.
6% for every survivor, because actions are so quick in this game that even that like 16% for all 4 survivors injured is nothing.
Mhm.
That's like 4 seconds for most actions
Yeah.
at most.
Right.
4 extra seconds on a gen or some shit. Like,
If
That's
everybody's working on a gen together, it's pretty much like
Yeah. the
useless.
toolboxes counter it, medkits counter it, resilience counters it.
Yeah.
There's so much that counters it, and it just doesn't do enough to have a purpose.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like chat says, but it's everything for a Legion though. Legion
It is good for a Legion.
It's the only killer that I think
Yeah, it's
is
the only killer that
actually
can actually use
useful. So, I just think Tenfold needs a complete rework because it's
I think
not
it just needed a
useful
percentage
on any
changes.
killer but Legion.
Yeah. I think make it apply to dead people and have it at 6%. For every
If it
survivor
applies
injured.
to dead survivors, I'm okay with that. That can actually be useful. I might actually use it actually on mine. I will still won't use it, but yeah, at least have a little bit more
But you
place
can
in the
see
meta.
that where it'd work with some builds.
Yeah, I can see where it'll
from
work.
Dying Light and that together.
Yeah, and it'll work on other killers. Alright, fire up. Can we nerf
favorite
fire up,
too
please?
overpowered. Too strong.
Any Arditha fans here nerfing fire up? Real
Fire
talk.
up was always a joke, unless you were doing like Vault Masterminds, and even then, it's just so negligible. Other perks do what it does, but better.
So you think just
It's useless as a perk.
More
it
of a
just needs
bonus?
a complete change.
I think it's good for like
No.
newer players, I guess, for them to catch up.
Even then, its percentage is still that small per gen that it's just not.
Honestly,
worth using
it
now.
just
It's
needs-
like 4% a gen.
it just needs to buff to its percentages, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Make it
yeah,
viable.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
fine with that too.
In the end game, it's slightly okay, but like, that's like what, 20% more speed, or like 16 on more things, depending on how many tokens you get.
Mhm.
It's like,
It's like you have to get those tokens.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's just not,
you get tokens from gens
it
being
needs to
done,
change.
but usually, if you're a good killer, most of your games don't last until end game anyways.
I was gonna say maybe it should be movement speed, like 0.5% every gen done, something really small, but like would add up.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was thinking it could just be combined with Noad for even more speed and insta-downs, making it an extremely powerful in-game build.
Speaking of Noah, let's transition to Noah real quick. A lot of controversy with Noah. Some people think Noah is in a good state considering there are a lot of counters to it. Some people still kind of want changes. Again, going back to what Keen said, I believe it was Keen that said this. I'm not taking credit for this, this was Keen's words. And he proposed kind of same thing with Adrenaline.
It should be one or both.
You
One or the
get the
other.
insta-down and no speed boost, or no insta-down and a speed boost. One
Yeah.
of the two.
No
Do you guys
speed
like that
boost.
change? What if you do?
I-
Which one would you like? If no,
God.
speak freely.
It's a
Well-
touchy perk, because I never use it, because I think it's the sweatiest perk in the game, other
Yeah,
than
I don't use it
pre-nerf
either.
decisive.
Okay,
well,
so
I do use
I
it
just
like
don't want it in the
all
game.
the time.
how can we make this perk usable? That's how 1% of a perk is to
Usable.
be usable.
It is usable.
No.
It's
What-
very usable in the
Fair.
state.
No, what I'm saying is, what would make this perk usable to you? What would make you actually want to run it? I know certain perks you just don't run because you don't see them at place in your meta, but as a whole, this perk gets a lot of negative attention. How can we take that negative attention and bring it at least to a neutral state?
I'm fine with insta-down, but get rid of the speed
No.
boost, I think.
Yeah, there's a bunch of other perks that give you a speed boost.
Yeah.
You don't need to have.
Play with your food.
And there's already
Yeah.
perks
That's
that
it.
gives insta-downs,
And
so
that's it.
there's no problem with insta-downs. We already have perks for insta-downs. So
See,
I
here's
can
the
go
thing
with...
no
Big
ed,
perk
though.
you've got is play with your food. I think it should keep the niche as a movement speed bonus, but
Okay.
remove the insta down and replace it with something else.
I
It should
think
be strong because it's a
maybe
hex totem, but it shouldn't be like
Honestly,
pulling a 4K out of nothing because you got a free insta down on everyone.
I remember reading this on Reddit. How about it
Something
tells the
else.
survivors once you finish that last gen, instead of when you get hit?
Yeah. Make it a race to find that totem
Yeah.
right from the
Why
get.
Why not make it a broken, like when you get hit, you go into the broken status instead of insta down. So you
Well-
go broken, you can't heal for a certain amount of time. Not, well,
It'd
not
ultimately be the
necessarily.
same thing.
well,
Well,
how
if you
about...
lose them, it
It's
gives you
the same
time to
thing.
like find them. They can't heal in that amount of time.
So you know, but like, here's the problem
it's
with
not an
no ed
instant death.
though, is that it counters a mechanic
counters
or
gen
a
rushing.
certain. It counters gen rushing, and that's the thing that I had a problem with certain friends of mine that I play with. They're like, we gotta get the gens done. Okay, no ed.
Mhm.
Fuck.
Mm.
Okay, well, how many totems got cleansed? None, maybe. Maybe I was the only one that cleansed totems. It's, you know, that's the thing with no ed. It's that it's a necessary evil, but I don't know. I'm really 50-50 on it.
I'm kind of
Well, and-
spitballing here. We think about it being a token thing, to where it'd be kind of like a barbecue situation where each hook you get is a token, and that token means this is how many survivors you are able to insta down. So if you hook one person in game, you insta down one person. If you end up hooking all 4 of them in game, you can insta down all 4 of them. And each time
Okay.
that you insta down someone, that your token decreases. So you insta down one person, you say at 4, you go from 4 to 3, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
At that
But,
point, it
but would
kinda-
it be would it still be a hex totem at that point?
No, it would be a
It
perk.
shares the same
That's-
trigger as Devour Hope, though.
Ooh.
Okay, well, in my opinion, I am a survivor main,
Mhm.
but I also when I play killer, I always have no ed.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's a
being
safety net.
So, let me ask you a question real quick.
It is,
Why
but-
do you use NOED?
because I am not the greatest killer, and I use it to secure kills in a game.
Okay.
So it's a
but-
crutch.
It can be. But it also can be used at the end game when that one survivor is just, being toxic, whatever. But my opinion, like as a survivor main and as somebody who uses NOED all the time, take off the speed boost or whatever, I think it's pretty even. Cause,
Sure.
there's 100%, you get 5 totems, that perk is useless.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not hard to find totems. It's not. I go every game and find at least, if I don't find all of them, it's because I don't expect NOED to happen. Because they have, they either don't have NOED at all, or it's not a killer who usually runs it. You just assume.
Yeah.
With NOED, you being a killer using NOED, again, it's situational. If the survivors get all 5 totems, it's useless.
Yeah,
Wasted perk slot.
it
If
has
you
counter
do
play.
get it, yes. And I can understand taking off the speed or, you know, and that's fine. I understand that. That's fair. You shouldn't get insta down and get to, you know, move ridiculously fast. But I honestly think if, you know, taking out speed, it would be a fair perk.
Someone from chat
It'd be even for both sides.
Someone from chat said maybe a protection, like if you cleanse this the NOED totem, you're not affected by NOED. What do you guys think about that?
Well, if you cleanse the NOED totem, then it's just gone anyway. So
Yeah.
it's useless.
It doesn't really serve
sorry.
its purpose as a
It said
hex
if you
totem.
sorry, I misread this. It said if you cleanse totems. So if you cleanse the totem, you are now not going to be affected by NOED. Because what I like to do actually is I like to keep one totem alive, and I know where it's
If you
at.
cleanse a totem, sorry, did you say?
No, wait.
Just
Yeah.
any totem.
Just any totem.
That
So-
is, it'd make NOED useless because you just have to cleanse one totem and then you're
Yeah,
immune
that
to
would
it.
be a little.
Yeah, and there's
Totems
4.
take-
There's
And plus,
Yeah,
you know,
all the
kind of
time.
going back to it. So with this, NOED would have to be a perk instead of a hex
A hex.
for it to actually
Which
work.
it was a perk originally.
Yes, it was.
Oh,
If you
God.
Yeah.
watch Tide Times Tide Talks, he actually goes over
With-
NOED and what it was to begin with.
with the suggestion that your chat made, the only way I could see that being a viable thing is if, because there's 5 totems. If there's NOED, then there's NOED. So maybe having like 2 or 3 totems be like the safe totems. So not everybody can get it. So maybe 2. So 2 survivors get are safe, and 2 survivors aren't. But you won't know until end game. You won't
Yeah.
know until you get smacked.
Yeah.
I can see that being fair.
Honestly, I kind of like the token idea, because it shows that you have to actually do something during the game to earn to be able to use the perk. And it's not like you just go around and just keep
But
smacking
it
people
is
down.
just like Devour Hope.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It shares
Yeah.
shares the same niche as Devour Hope in that case.
But yeah, I know.
There's
I
different
just-
names.
I don't know.
And you can't.
So,
Personally,
should we just keep?
I just think
Sorry.
keep NOED the way it is, remove the speed boost, and we're fine. So I kind of like that there is a little bit of kind of a second chance type of thing for killers. Just be honest here.
Yeah.
I think we could all
Because
agree that
often-
killers are on the weaker side of the balance right now.
Yeah, because if you get Gen Rush, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You're just screwed.
Let's
Do you think?
kind of transition
Wait,
here real
do you
quick.
think
So,
that- alright.
sorry. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
I was gonna say, like, do you think that Noah should just stay the way it is, but it'll give you a notification, like if you had Rancor before someone gets hit?
Okay,
No.
so like as soon as gens are done, you immediately know that you're Rancor. Like the icon pops
You
up if you
immediately
haven't.
know they have Noed.
Yeah, I mean that
Because
can
that's
be
like
a
a
fair
frustration
thing.
factor that I've seen.
But it also
And
adds
red.
to the intense factor. You know,
Mhm.
once the end game hits, to be honest, we're all kind of worried like, does this kid have Noed? We got these gens done really fast. Does he have
Yeah.
Noed? So I kind of like that suspense factor with it.
That's true.
To be honest, let's kind of transition here, kind of get a little bit off topic. Someone in chat wants to address how large the Huntress Lullaby radius is. It's what, 42 meters?
I'm fine with it the way it is.
Oh, it's 48 meters. Okay.
It promotes a different style of play to her. In that stealth is a counter to her.
Would you like to see it maybe reduced a little bit, or do you think it's just fine where it's at?
I'm fine with the size as it
We
is,
can
because
also
her terror
talk
radius
about
itself is very small.
Freddy's as well.
Her terror radius itself is very small, so things like Nurse's Calling work great on her.
Mhm.
Because obviously you can't tell exactly where she is in relation to you because of the small terror radius. But you know
Okay.
she's around.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just something that someone in chat brought up. I want to go ahead and bring it up real quick before I forget about it. Personally,
honestly,
I kind of like it.
if you find stealth to be too strong again, when you're playing as Huntress, just use something like Whispers or like Spies from the Shadows. Bring a tracking perk or two,
Okay.
and you'll find people.
Sounds
the
good.
thing with the lullaby, or both lullabies, it's that you can mind game with it actually.
Yeah, you can.
Like,
Run
You
more
can.
abuse,
that
and you've
is
got a
a
12-meter turret
long-
radius.
That's a big radius, and they don't know which direction you're coming from if they're not.
Well, they know
aware.
the direction. It is
Kind of.
directional.
Kind of. Well, Freddy's lullaby though.
Predator's lullaby is not directional. So yeah.
Yeah, Freddy's lullaby is just a lullaby you hear everywhere. While Huntress, it is a directional thing. It actually took me a little bit to figure out it was directional, but now I have a lot more hours into the game. I see
It's
that.
why I've said that Huntress's like weakness is stealth, because you know which directions it's coming from, you know which way to go and to hide.
But that's what makes her balanced at the same time.
Yeah, because she's strong on a chase.
Yeah. Alright, is there any other perks you would like to discuss before we move on to the next topic?
Any other killer perks?
Yeah, killer perks.
Dying Light.
Okay. Yeah, this needs to be addressing.
This needs addressing. Yes, Dying Light was bad before, and it is now completely useless.
If it
Yeah.
was less tunnely, that would be nice.
It's less tunnely now, I guess. But the problem is, your obsession can be changed, and your work to trigger Dying Light can just be completely undone.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it'd
that's
give the
true.
survivor the altruistic action speed buff as well, so it's actually helping the survivors if you get decisive after it's proc.
So,
Do you think what they could do with Dying Light is if you smack your obsession, their action speed's reduced by like everything?
I think that'd be a good idea. Make it kind of like Thanatophobia, but obsession focused.
Yeah.
Have it so that every
still
time
be-
the
actually,
obsession
it'll
is
still
in
be pretty
peril.
tunnely though.
It's not Dead Light, it's Dying Light. I think it should apply like Thanatophobia in that if the obsession is in peril, it should weaken people.
okay.
So injured, on the floor, dying, on the hook, or dead. I think it should apply varying degrees of penalties based on the obsession's actions, because it then
Yeah.
incentivize people to keep the obsession safe and to body block.
Okay.
They'd introduce a cool new mechanic.
Yeah. That'd be
Good.
pretty interesting to see.
Would you think it'd still be tunnely even with that change I proposed?
I think it would. I mean, it's an obsession perk that is centered on the obsession, so it's going to be tunnely to a degree.
Any obsession perk is going to kind of be tunneling unless you're talking
having an
about save the
effect-
best for last or bury their food.
Yeah.
You're not really going to be trying
Having
to
an
tunnel your
effect-
obsession.
Having an effect outside of just death makes it a bit less tunnely, because you can at least get benefits from it without having
Like you
to
can
tunnel
just hit the
to death.
obsession and then go for other people. I don't know, but more than
Yeah.
likely he'll still get tunneled to death.
Like, props that Dying Light buffs the obsession, like
Yeah.
massively. 50% faster altruistic action speed. That is insane. 50% faster healing speed. 50% faster unhooking speed.
It is. It's
That's
quite
like
ridiculous.
really good.
Yeah.
Like with Will Maker, that is insane.
Let's address Insidious real quick.
I don't think
Very
it needs
weak.
to be 2 seconds. I think you should stand still a lot longer than that.
I agree.
But
No.
it's 4
I mean,
seconds
fine with
into one.
at tier 2, tier 3, it is 2 seconds. You're staying there for just 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
2 seconds standing
counterable.
still.
It's counterable in two ways. One, comms. Two, hook gymnastics.
Okay.
The survivor code for campers. Just spam
Well,
the
okay.
attempt escape if someone's Insidious camping you, and then your teammates know that they're camping.
I want to address that gymnastics thing real quick. It honestly really pisses me off when I see a survivor doing gymnastics and the killer's nowhere near around.
That's annoying,
it-
but
For
honestly-
some people, it's like, it's 50-50. Some people, it's like, come get me, hello, I'm here. And other people, it's like, the killer's here, watch out.
So,
Yeah,
it's
and
where it
fair.
came from
That's
was
not.
yeah. The majority
miscommunication.
of the community understands that jumping jacks means, hey, don't come, he's camping. But it personally just pisses me off when people are doing gymnastics and Kira's not around. But different thing. I can't. So chat even said that Kindred counters Insidious as well.
Yeah, it does. Especially now that it's been buffed to 16 meters, because that covers like the entire basement radius.
Yes.
So if you're getting camped in the basement in a corner, you'll still be able to see their radius, aura.
Perfect.
In that range.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the perfect anti-camping perk, but you know you've got borrowed time to
Oh
counter
yeah,
camping.
and that's the
That
thing.
counts
If
enough.
I know they're gonna Insidious camp and I have We're Gonna Live Forever, I'm gonna use that borrowed time. And I'll probably take a hit too as I'm unhooking.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like Insidious gets countered. The only killer it's good for is Leatherface when you're basement camping. And even then, the moment the team knows that you're doing that, they'll just gen rush the shit out of you and leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not a hard counter. It just exists to piss people off.
Yeah. So Titan originally did a video on Unrelenting. And before Unrelenting was this Omega perk. Then they got nerfed to the ground. Then they got buffed again. Then they got nerfed back to the ground. At its current state, at tier 3, the cooldown for missing attacks is reduced by 30%. What do you guys' stance on Unrelenting?
Tide Time has demonstrated that it can be used at high level play, but then it's high level play, you know. You've got to go against the people that are like the best survivors to get any use out of that mind game.
Yeah, okay. Just want to...
Other than that,
I just kind of saw it, and I remember he just did a video on it, so I kind of wanted to address it real quick.
unless you're inaccurate, it's worthless.
Yeah. So a perk that just recently got a buff and then got nerfed, Spies from the Shadows. What do you think about the change that they implemented with Spies from the Shadows? Do you think it's fine where it's at? Do you want to change it? Or where do you want to go with this?
In hindsight, the cooldown is a good thing because it prevents your visuals from getting spammed and constantly having the audio notification in your
that
ears.
sounded like it would have been very annoying. So you know,
yeah,
it's
I used it before it got nerfed, and you just heard crows going off all the time, everywhere.
Ooh, that doesn't sound like
now
fun.
it's more precise, but they've also nerfed the range on it. Like, I've used it on Huntress, and it is very useful when it procs. Like, the tracking it gives you is very, very good. But at the same time, it's only good for certain killers that need tracking.
Yeah.
And even then, surveillance does tracking better.
Yeah.
Or whispers.
Is there any other perks you guys would like to address?
I have
Those
one.
I can't remember.
Okay.
Ruin?
No.
Okay.
I think Ruin's fine.
Ruin's fine.
Easy
in the
counter.
state it is.
Yeah, I
Easy
think...
counter play.
You
Yeah.
stake out or just break the totem or work through it.
Yeah.
Boom.
The only perk I can think of that might need a little fix is barbecue. There's too many counterplays for it.
100%.
You can hide in the
Yeah.
you can hide in a
I agree.
locker, you distortion, or you can hide behind gens.
Getting-
The locker, fine. Distortion, fine. But I think when barbecue pops, gen aura should not be seen. While it's active, you only see the auras of survivors. You can't see the auras of gens. So that way they cannot hide behind, unworked on gens or
Okay.
I think that'd be very fair because you have a perk that prevents aura reading, and you have lockers that prevent aura reading. You shouldn't be able to hide your aura in the aura of something else.
Okay. You can also
And
just
I don't even
up
use
and-
barbecue in chili, and I think that'd be fair.
You can also just run up into range.
Right. There's
But-
there's like 4 different things to.
If you get caught out by barbecue, it's entirely your own fault because of how many counters there are to it.
Yeah. I can actually go along
Exactly.
with that. I can go along with that.
Yeah, there's too
I
many
honestly
counters
don't
for it.
know. I honestly don't know how that works. Hiding behind a generator, like you're just working on
Okay,
it?
so when
It's because of the aura.
when a killer puts up a survivor and turns around and he's looking for survivors, your aura is red. The gen's aura is red. and if you are directly, like, so if you're like on the same line as the killer, you can torque your body to where you're completely hidden. I've actually done it myself. If I see the killer
Yeah,
a
it's
little bit
very easy
off
to do.
to my right, I'll move a little bit to my left and stay behind a gen,
Yeah.
kind of face sideways, and I'm completely hidden.
Yeah, the generator's aura obscures yours.
Yes. Now, if Survivor doesn't really know, and they just still just hide, you can kind of get a peek of a hand, but it's honestly not that much to notice.
It's
You have
hard
to
to
have
notice at a
really
long
good
distance,
eyesight to actually see that little bit of a hand
especially
sticking
if
out.
it's a long way away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's two
Yeah.
perks that I'd like to discuss.
Okay.
Beast of Prey and Monstrous Shrine.
Okay.
Two considered useless perks. What would you guys do to improve Monstrous Shrine? We'll start with Monstrous Shrine.
Where's...
So if you don't remember what it does,
Is that a green
basement
perk?
hooks grant the following bonuses. It's purple.
Okay.
9% faster entity progress, 15% increased difficulty in escape attempts, and 9% increased penalty on escape fails. What do you think about this?
Oh, here it is. Wow.
It's a tough one, isn't it? Because you can't really do much with the basement without making it strong, but Monstrous Shrine's bonuses are so small that they don't do anything.
The only thing I
Okay.
think could change instead of just being basement hooks is hooks in general.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Even then, even if the bonuses are that small, that it's like, it's not
Yeah,
worth it.
chat saying work on all hooks as well.
15% increased difficulty in escape attempts, that equates to 0.6%. That puts it down to 3.4% chance of Kobe. That's a 0.6% difference.
They could
Maybe
higher up the
move,
values.
maybe double that difficulty to 30%, or maybe even 50%.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
so.
Because let's be
Kobeing up hook
honest.
is a 4% chance anyway, so, I mean, you're making something
happens
difficult
often.
even more difficult.
Exactly. But
I mean, that's the whole
ones,
point of the
increased penalty
perk,
on
anyways.
escape fails and faster entity progress. I'm fine with the faster entity progress. I think it should be more than 9% though. It should be like 15 or 20.
Yeah, move up to
For a basement
15%. So for that, what we can do is, let's do 15% for a non-basement hook, and then for a basement hook, move it up to 25%. So it has two different progresses.
So it incentivizes faster saves.
Yes.
Okay.
Which in turn is actually kind of good for a killer, but the only thing bad about that is that could cause a lot more camping. It's the only thing I see a problem with it. It's the only problem I see with it.
What is?
Well, if you're a camping killer, you're a camping killer. If you're not a camping killer, it's
Yeah,
again,
but this will
situational.
but this will make killers want to camp more.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to make
Well,
it
if you
more
were
of a
already-
problem.
My boyfriend proposed that if a killer is camping, like if they're in a certain radius of the hook,
Monster
the
Shrine doesn't
struggle.
activate.
No, that or the struggle timer stops, or the hook timer stops.
So just make that like a gameplay mechanic.
Maybe. That's what
Actually,
that's what he proposed.
An idea. I have
See,
two ideas.
the only thing
for-
about that is, they have to put a mechanic to where the game actually knows that there's a survivor within range.
Yeah.
I have an idea.
Okay.
For it. Two. One of them is similar to Dark Devotion in the sense that when someone is hooked in the basement, a constant heartbeat surrounds the basement
Okay.
as to obscure your location and make people think that you're nearby it. My other one is keep the perk as it is, but double blood point gains on sacrifice when you get basement hooks.
Why not both?
Could do that, yeah.
I can advocate
do
for
both.
both for that. Keep it where it's at, add in the heartbeat, add in the blood point bonuses.
Yeah, it's something akin to like Doctor's heartbeat, you know, like on one of his add-ons. Where
Yeah.
if you're in a chase, you hear his heartbeat constantly until after it. I think you hook someone and then for like 20 seconds, for the first 20 seconds of that person being hooked, your heartbeat stays around the basement.
And when a survivor is sacrificed in the basement hook, you get extra blood point bonuses towards your sacrifice.
Yeah.
I could actually go with
Blood
that.
points is pretty low for sacrifices right now, unless you free hook everyone, you're not maxing out sacrifice.
I can get on board with that.
It'd make basement build strong.
It would.
Even stronger.
But if you want to keep it kind of where it's at, you can also, like I said, change it to where you have two different progresses, one for basement, one for regular hooks. Of course, you know, the percentages to be increased, but you have different percentages for basement, different percentages for regular hooks.
Because it is Monstrous Shrine, so that could apply to any hook, technically.
Yeah. Alright. Anybody else have anything to say on Monstrous Shrine before we move over to Beast of Prey?
I was gonna say Beast of Prey.
Alright, so Beast of Prey. At Tier 3, the red stain disappears after gaining Bloodlust Tier 1, and it stays hidden until you lose Bloodlust. A gain of 50% more blood points for actions in the Hunter category.
I think the change I'd make to that is that instead of gaining Bloodlust Tier 1, it should be a certain amount of time after you've injured a survivor with your basic attack.
So once you
So
hit
injure a
someone,
survivor, and then your red stain disappears for like 15 seconds.
Should the tear radius disappear as well?
no,
I don't think so.
no, it's just the red stain.
Yeah,
Tear
the red
radius
stain would
is not
hide you, and
affected.
it'd be easier to mind game. And it makes sense if you've injured someone. It's called Beast of Prey, isn't it? It's like
Yeah.
That would make sense.
you're vulnerable now. I'm gonna mind game the shit out of you.
But that seems like it'd
Even
become
then,
a
it still
little.
seems
So
tunnel-y.
that'd be kind of like a reverse
I
discipline
wouldn't say tunnel-y.
add-on for
You're
the
chasing
doctor.
injured survivor.
So with the doctor's
Well, yeah,
discipline, the red
You're
stain goes
chasing
on.
injured survivors all the time anyway.
Yeah.
In chases.
True.
So yeah, I can.
It just
I think
means
that'd be
the
a good
killer has an
change.
easier time mind gaming.
Mhm.
Do you want to keep the blood point thing, or do you want to up the
I'd
blood
definitely
points?
keep the blood points.
Okay.
Probably
Yes.
up it actually, because it needs something else to make it viable to use. Because that alone isn't enough, unless you're playing a killer that relies on mind games like Pig.
Okay. I can advocate for these changes.
Even then, it isn't a huge buff. It's just hides the red stain. That's all it does.
Yeah.
No one uses it now.
Any other perks you guys would like to discuss real quick? I'm kind of going through them right now. I'm not really seeing too much that I think that actually needs changing.
What about chat? Does your chat think have any perks to discuss?
Not
All the other perks
currently.
seem pretty
Not currently.
balanced.
Do you guys think that Thrill of the Hunt should be changed from the Hunter category to the Brutality category?
To the what category, sir? Brutality.
Brutality.
No, because
Why
you
brutality?
don't.
Yeah, because brutality is when you're hitting survivor. So that don't really make
Yeah.
any sense.
Hunter just
And-
helps you.
and
The hunting
Hunter
category
is your
just helps you
tracking.
fund it.
And it's
Yeah.
your tracking. So it makes sense that it's a hunter instead of brutality.
Yeah, but the only reason I say that is so that all 4 categories have a blood point perk.
True.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, when we get a little bit later into this, we'll talk about new perks, new killers and stuff that we'll have to see coming in the game. We can talk about that at that
I
point in time.
I think if any perk was going to have a brutality bonus, it'd be brutal strength.
Okay.
Or Unrelenting.
Unrelenting.
Possibly, yeah.
Actually, we're unrelenting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good
Unrelenting
idea,
makes sense.
Because it is actually really hard to fill up brutality.
Yeah.
For every point to hit, you need to hit a lot of people. In
Yeah, I'm
game
thinking about
to
that now. That you have to. I believe Tide said
could
you
get
have
a
to
lot of
have
hits.
30 hits to get iridescent and brutality.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I managed to do that, but only because the Legion. Come on,
Yeah.
multiple
Alright,
hits.
so let's transition real quick into just overall killer gameplay.
Okay.
Not talking about bugs just yet, but just overall killer gameplay. How do you guys feel about just playing killer in general? Is there anything you
love
want
Killer.
to change as far as the killer gameplay? Anything you kind of want to make a little bit better? Or what do you guys?
Honestly, right now, I think the game's in the best state it's been for playing killer. Right now, it feels fair to an extent, anyway. It's
Yeah.
why I'm a killer main. It's
Yeah,
fun.
same. It's so much more fun. It's a lot more engaging.
It's engaging. It makes you pay attention, and there's so many different killers that, with styles of play and perk builds you can do, that every match feels different.
Yeah. Okay. I'm in
Fun.
the same boat. Is everyone else kind of in the same boat here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just kind of backtrack a little bit. I actually not skipping over something. Items and add-ons. There are
Oh boy.
a few certain add-ons that are completely useless, and a few certain add-ons that are just completely overpowered.
Just a bit.
So let's discuss some add-ons that need some reworking.
The items, add-on items. The thing I have a problem with is, as an example, like the Halloween, and the Chinese New Year events.
Mm-hmm.
You could no longer use the offerings, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think you should be able to use the items either. Like once the thing's over, those items are gone. They're not usable anymore.
Well, you can only get that with
You
Survivor
shouldn't be
anyways.
What?
You only get that with Survivor anyways. There's no killer add-ons from any event.
Well, I mean,
that's
no,
only
sorry,
a Survivor thing. But even if
Oh, you're talking. Never mind. You're not talking in general. My bad.
Yeah.
Ignore me until we get to Survivors then.
I mean, as far as
So what
let's kind of
add-ons are we
backtrack to the Survivor real quick. With the add-ons from other Bloodpoint events, there's nothing that's really special about them. They just look
Yeah.
different.
They're just one-time flashlight, essentially.
Yeah. That's all that is I'm okay with being able to use that as long as you
But
fucking
if
want.
used
It doesn't
in the
bother
right
me.
way, it's detrimental. Like I said, I had a game today. I was, playing, and
Look away.
Yep.
no, I didn't even know that they dropped it.
You
No,
can
not
hear
a
them.
flashlight.
You-
It was.
You hear
It
the
was-
sizzle.
You can hear them.
Once you hear that sizzle, just look
Yeah.
up.
You can see
I
them drop
could-
it, and you can hear them.
I wasn't paying attention to what they were dropping on the floor. I was paying attention to them, trying to get them.
Didn't you
And
hear it, though?
no, I didn't. I
Well,
was
see-
in the party with you guys, talking, chatting up.
Yeah, there's actually a sound that happens.
No, I know that,
Quite a loud one, too.
but I couldn't
So-
hear it. That's why I didn't realize, it was
Oh,
there.
okay.
And it made me. I lost 3 people because of it.
I mean,
I would have gotten them both down, but they ended up, getting.
that just
away
comes with being
because of
blinded.
that.
That just
Yeah,
comes with being
I mean,
blinded.
all
I have
can
no
really say
issue with
is
it. I have
pay
no
attention
issues
to
with
sound
it.
as
I just-
Yeah.
I mean, if you
all I can
can't
really
use
say.
offerings and stuff, I don't think you should be allowed to have.
Well, it's because the
add-ons.
offerings are specific to that
Yeah.
event. Items aren't really
They add
specific
things
to
on
that
each of them.
event. Yeah.
Yes, but you don't get those items unless there is an event. So once the event's over, you shouldn't be able to have them anymore.
Yeah, but they don't actually have
Wow.
any.
They do reruns of events, so
Yeah.
you can use them next time.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
with
but
the
you can
Halloween
also
and
get
Christmas
some
ones.
next time.
I mean,
Yes, and then
personally,
you can use them the time after.
I don't have a problem with it.
After I.
It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me, to be perfectly honest. But
Yeah, it's
coming back
fine.
to killer.
Killer add-ons.
Add-ons. Let's start with let's go to Michael.
Yeah, let's go through them all, actually. We can
Actually,
start off with them.
let's
Just
just
go
start
through
with
the
Trapper.
controversial ones.
Start with, oops,
Okay.
I am stupid.
Which ones we're discussing with Trapper?
So
I'm
start with
thinking
Trapper.
of two in particular. Three
Which one-
actually. in particular.
Which one are you thinking of?
Iridescent Stone and Bloody Coil.
Okay. Start with Bloody Coal since it's the red one.
Bloody Coil injures you every time you disarm a trap. Combined with Iridescent Stone, traps are essentially undisarmable because you'll get injured and then they'll just snap open in 30
That
seconds.
is a pretty ridiculous combo.
Yeah, those two together makes Trapper insane.
Okay. What proposed fits would you bring into Bloody Coil? Because right now it says when a trap is sabotaged or disarmed by a healthy survivor, Bloody Coil.
It's less that that's a problem in itself. It's the combination with Iridescent Stone that's the problem.
So it's just a combination.
By itself, it's okay. Yeah, by itself, it's like it hurts you, so it slows you down. But
so
it's like,
would you like a mechanic that somehow the game can recognize that hey, this combination is just too fucking strong, and you're not able to put these two together? Like you can't run two red
don't know.
add-ons at the same
I
time.
think it's fine. No, you should be able to combine them, but even then, it's like it's a finicky thing because on its own, with like a different add-on, like say fastening tools or like setting tools or a bag, it's fine.
Okay,
It's
this
a
might be
strong
bullshit.
Okay.
This might be mega bullshit, but what if you do equip Bloody Coil, there's a sacrifice. It doesn't reveal the trap being
You just see that someone is now injured. There's no notification.
Yeah. How's that?
I mean, it's kind of
But the
a
trapper
risk and
wouldn't know that
reward.
it's been disarmed.
Yeah, so you as a killer, you would not know that trap's been disarmed. But
that's
you
not
just look
possible
around and
because you see
which
the
trap
auras.
is disarmed. Yeah, you see the auras of your traps.
yeah,
You'll
you
know
do
which
see the
one's been
auras.
disarmed, and you'll know someone's just injured themselves at random while walking around.
Well,
Yeah.
I can see that actually, because you still see the auras, but you'd actually have to look around.
yeah,
Like you
don't
can't
know
just
exactly
immediately. Oh,
which
there's
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that also works if there are some that aren't.
So the
that haven't
combination
been
will
opened.
still be there,
Mhm.
but there's a drawback, I guess.
I've actually got an idea. I think it should be instead of when it's disarmed. I think it should make it so that if someone saves someone from a trap, the person who saves them from the trap is injured. as
Okay.
well.
So
It's a good one.
So
I step into a trap. You come
It
save me.
punishes
We're both
options
injured now.
for getting out of the trap. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can get on board with that. I can get on board with that. I personally
Someone
play
can't just
Trapper.
insta-save their friend with no punishment.
Yeah, I
That's the
personally
only thing
really
I can think of changing.
play Trapper too much. You also said Honing Stone?
Honing Stone to a lesser extent, but Iridescent Stone.
Iridescent Stone. Okay. What about Iridescent
Iridescent Stone, in my opinion, at rank 1, high rank as a killer who mains Trapper, Iridescent Stone is mandatory.
Stone? Okay.
Otherwise,
it
Trapper
is.
is weak.
So
Trapper is extremely weak without it.
So are you wanting pretty much just Iridescent Stone to keep where it's at, but taken off as a red and moved down the list?
I'm fine with it being a red, honestly.
Okay.
It's
feel
a
like-
good. It makes Trapper good. That's the thing.
Okay.
I feel like instead of it being an add-on, they might as well just make it base.
Oh no. That's
no,
where
'cause
I
we
kinda
already-
draw the line.
We already talked about, Trapper starting the match with his traps opened.
I think
So-
starting with the traps open would be fine as part of his base kit. Just
So
start with all the
if
traps
we
open,
had all
and
the
then
traps
he's instantly better.
open, then how would it work with Iridescent Stone? That's probably the only thing that...
It'd
confused
open any
me.
traps that have been disarmed.
Because any trap that's been
guess.
disarmed now, it still respawns opened at 30 seconds.
Alright.
So there's not actually anything
It'd work the
different
same,
with
essentially.
Iridescent Stone. It's just now with traps being opened at the beginning of the match, he has instant pressure. He doesn't have to worry about setting up as much. He still has to set up, of course, but he's
Yeah, of
not
course.
struggling and like I need to fucking set up like right now. He can like okay, I can kind
But
of
it
take my
forces people
time
to
a
be
little bit
cautious
more.
about where they step right from the start.
Yeah.
Count as Trapper anyway. But with Iridescent Stone, I've found that random trap spawns do catch people a lot.
Yes,
Because people
Like,
don't pay
just
attention.
people just randomly walk into them and just don't pay attention. Yeah, exactly. So if you get someone who's complacent and doesn't pay attention to their surroundings from the start of the match, that's an instant trap catch. And that's
Okay.
punishing that
Yeah.
person for not paying attention.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is there-
survivors definitely pay attention to more of like the obvious trap spots
As
rather
a
than
Hex,
Yeah.
loop spots, all that kind of stuff. But you know, hey, there's this tall piece of grass, or this cornfield looks nice. You know,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's just sometimes those
Um,
random spots are really the better ones.
Yep.
Oh,
It
yeah.
would make him like so much fun to play. Like I love Trapper right now in its current state,
Mm-hmm.
but like just having all the traps open would just be such a good quality of life change that it'd make him more viable. And it's such a small change.
As a trapper main, are there any add-ons that are just completely useless for him?
God. Yes.
I was a
The
trapper.
coil
main.
springs.
Coil springs?
The coil springs are completely useless.
Sorry, you
The
cut
ones that
off.
increase
Which one?
sabotage time. The coil spring add-ons. The ones that increase disarm and sabotage time. Because
Okay.
even the absolute best one, the purple one, oily coil, it still takes way, like, not enough time to disarm or sabotage
So,
the
do you
traps.
just want, like, the time to be extended on all those?
I think so, yeah, because even the purple one barely affects the disarm time.
Okay.
Like, it's just not worth using compared to something like a trapper bag or fastening tools.
Okay. I don't really think there's anything for Wraith or Hillbilly, but let's go into Nurse. Nurse is one of those killers that can't really use her add-ons.
She can, but some of them are very strong. We need to address catatonic and ataxic combo.
Okay.
That's the elephant in this room. Both range add-ons combined gives Nurse a blink range of 27 meters on her first blink,
Wow.
and about like 16 meters on her second one. That is enough to cover her entire terror radius in a blink. And as a side effect of that longer range, her charge time is increased technically because you're moving a further distance in the same amount of time.
Wow.
Which, according to the rules of physics, that means the acceleration has to increase.
Wow.
So technically you're getting 2 for 1 there. You're getting way longer range and also faster charge speed.
Huh.
Oof. Goddamn.
There's a reason why people like True Talent complain about Omega Blink Nurse.
Yeah.
Because on
that's
PC,
not
there's
fun.
nothing you can do against it. It's
Yeah.
worse than the 4 Blink Nurse. Because you can cover like half a map in 2 blinks.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Just reduce the speed,
know.
reduce the range,
Make it so they don't stack.
just don't stack in general.
Yeah, just remove the range stacking from those
Okay.
add-ons. Keep them as they are, so you can use a tactic to boost your range, but make it so that they don't stack.
While we're talking about stacking, 2 of the plagues add-ons, the
Who's the
Vile
plague?
Anemic and the Infected Anemic.
They should not stack.
They should not.
That is
You
ridiculous.
go broken almost instantly. That is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my god, on the menu she now prays and speaks.
She does. It's so
Yes,
awesome.
she
I love
does.
it.
The hell? When did they
Yeah.
change that?
It came with
Ever
this patch.
since they added Ash.
Yeah, it came with this patch.
Oh my god. That's great.
Yeah, that
Why didn't they add
definitely,
this to the
I
others to
believe,
speak?
shouldn't really be a thing. Michael
Hmm.
probably has.
Are we moving just down the list of like kills as they were released?
I'm pretty much going towards killers that knowingly have add-ons that are just problematic, and a lot of people just
Controversial.
hate. Yeah, very controversial. Like, yeah, you have the Hag's Mint Rag, but no one really complains about Mint Rag. I never complain about a Mint Rag. It's just more of a jump scare factor, which is kind of funny. Doctor, it has its Iridescent King, which is kind of fun, but I don't use it personally. Huntress's Iridescent Heads are ridiculously strong, but at the same time, you get 1 hatchet. And you have to put on infantry bolt to get 3, but you have to be precise with your hatchet hits. And with the current state of the Huntress, it's a very give and take. Yeah, no.
I'm Max, I what were you saying? I just had to go for a moment. What were you talking about? Doctor or Huntress?
He was talking about the iridescent add-ons.
Ugh.
Yeah, pretty much just anything that's kind of controversial right now. Like iridescent heads.
Doctor's iridescent add-on is fine, in my opinion.
I don't have any problems with it. I don't have any
It's
problems
alright.
with the hags, mint rag. I mean, it's more a jump scare factor for me. Like, oh shit,
Hags
she's
and
there.
Mint Rag combined with Shackles is a broken combo. It shouldn't exist. They should not be
I
able to
haven't used
synergize
that.
like
I
that. Watch
personally haven't
people
used
use it.
that.
All you get is people that DC because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I have
You
to
can
watch
teleport to any trap and survivors can't tell that they've triggered them.
that. Yeah, so would you like to
So
see
all you gotta do is
something?
hook someone and then put a trap next to them and then survivors just won't know.
I don't know
The moment they get
how
hooked,
they would do
teleports straight
this.
to them.
Yeah, I don't know how they would do this, but when I see something kind of added in to where the devs recognize these ridiculously strong add-on combinations and just make that not viable to be put on.
I don't know how.
I don't know how they would do that at all, because that's very, very subjective. Very.
Michael's iridescence.
So Michael's,
Are
he has
balanced.
tougher hair, and he has Tombstone, which together
They both
are
have big
really
drawbacks.
strong, but huge drawbacks.
For one fragrant tuft of hair, you need to drain nearly everyone fully to get to Evil Within 3, which
Yeah.
takes most of a match. Judas Tombstone is also useless by itself
Hmm.
because it's basically just a tombstone piece, but you're slower.
I mean, you
And
can combine it
takes
with
even
Jam
more
Mouse
evil to
Memorial
max out.
to stock a little bit faster, but your movement speed is still completely gone. Honestly,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
it's like 10% slower movement speed. It's ridiculous.
I think
They
the
moves at like
only
105%
real
speed.
controversial one that we have is the Huntress's iridescent head.
Should
That's-
not exist.
That's the big one that everyone's kind of like, yeah, we need to get rid of this.
I think it should not stack with the soldier's belt, with the infantry belt. Because carrying around 3 insta-down hatchets is insane.
Yeah. I'm kind of going through and seeing...
I'd rather they just be like a glass cannon, you know, 1 hatchet insta-down. Or 2 at most. But 3 is just... stupid.
Yeah, I'm going through and seeing all the iridescents. And there's nothing really else that I have a problem with.
As far as iridescents go, there's nothing else that's game-breakingly bad.
And I don't really know of any add-ons that are just completely useless either. There's some I don't
the more
use just
recent
because
ones are like-
they don't come with my gameplay style, but
Amanda's letter for pig is very good.
it needs to be
balanced.
based.
It cripple...
No,
not Amanda's letter.
not letter.
It cripples her bear traps at the cost of making her ambush a lot better, which
Yeah.
I like.
It's
trade-off.
balanced. Personally, I think the devs have done really well with no add-ons for the most part. They don't really have too many complaints. Like I said,
Spirit's
there's just
ultra res.
there's just some that I don't personally use.
Spirit's ultra res.
And
The father's glasses. Whoo boy, they are strong.
They're strong, but I don't personally use them.
Yeah, they're just not really necessary.
Yeah.
The spirit.
Honestly, I don't think I have any complaints with killer add-ons or anything. For the most part, like I said, there's some that I don't personally use, just because they don't fit in with my gameplay style.
Do you guys not have a problem with Frank's mixtape mixed with Cold Dirt? Because I know a lot of people
Yes.
that combo.
Actually,
I
yeah,
have a
that's
problem with a
another
lot of Rubens add-ons.
that's another combo that needs to be
Frank's
addressed.
mixtape combined with any of the other very rares, like the Stab Wound Study or the Grimy Blade, are just
Am I
ridiculous.
the only Legion that doesn't use Frank's mixtape? I use Iridescent Button and Stolen Sketchbook. That shit's pretty fun. But what do you think they should do to Frank's mixtape?
remove it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Or
like-
decrease the, because this is the state the percentage. It says considerably increases the amount of damage
Yeah.
applied to survivor's deep rune timer while attacked in Feral Frenzy. So I guess just like decrease how much that actually is.
Yeah, but then you've got that weird situation where the other ones, like the green and the yellow ones, that affect the same thing, aren't useful, whereas Frank's mixtape is just broken. It's that small difference that,
Yeah, because
that separates them
Joe's
from being useless
mixtape
to being
is
broken.
a cooldown. Susie's mixtape is a movement speed. So
Speed.
each mixtape is completely different, which is weird.
So I guess what you can do is change Frank's mixtape into Feeling mixtape. Just switch the names. Remove Frank's mixtape if you want, and just change Feeling mixtape to Frank's mixtape. Boom. But I
Okay.
know a lot of people that don't really
Okay.
use Feeling mixtape all that
Yeah.
often.
Feeling mixtape
I've never
while
seen someone
using
use fuming mixtape.
while using Fear Frenzy, the repair progress jammers can be determined by the intensity of the auras. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Basically
There's-
just Wraith's all see.
I'm okay with that. So I don't think there's really anything else to talk about with Killer, unless you guys have anything else to add.
I think so.
Alright, well, let's go right into maps. There are certain maps that we have that are just completely broken for Killer or Survivor. Actually, no. Actually, let me rephrase this. There are no maps that are broken for Killer. Killer has a hard time in itself, but there are some maps that just make it ridiculously hard to play as Killer, such as Rotten Fields and Haddonfield and Yomalka being the three big ones.
Haddonfield to a lesser extent, but yeah.
Haddonfield and more comes with
his
his RNG on the fucking fences.
Yeah. It's down to RNG if that map's okay, or your worst nightmare.
Rotten Fields just
It's horrible in general, should just get rid of the map completely.
which cold one?
Which one?
Which one?
Was it Thompson's house?
What about
Thompson's
it?
house is okay.
I like Thompson's house. Yeah, I don't have any problem with Coldwind except for Rotten Fields. It's because I can't see. That's my only problem. I cannot see. I've literally, as a survivor, stood beside a killer and he did not see me. I was just standing there. He couldn't see me at all. And on top of that, it really messes with your what's the word I'm looking for? Your distance. It does is you can't judge your distance as well. Your perception.
Yeah, your depth
Plus with your perception.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Greatly. It makes you misjudge distances.
Yeah. Yomalka is just, as a killer, is such a pain because the survivors can just really hide in those grass.
It's a big map, and there's too many hiding spots in the grass.
It is huge. Like, I didn't realize how huge it actually was until I played the Plague. And I was like, oh my god, this is actually really fucking big.
Here's another map, Temple of Purgation.
Temple of Purgation. They say it's the third biggest map that we have. I'm calling bullshit on that and saying it is the largest map that we have.
It
biggest.
feels
It
pretty
is
fucking small.
huge.
TBH.
No.
No.
What?
No.
Have you played that map?
I have. It just, I don't know. It might be
It
like
is
the way it's
massive.
set up. Yeah, I know.
Nah,
it
it
is pretty
is.
big. It just feels like as big as Yamaoka, to be quite honest.
It's
So
bigger.
so you have the standard of, I think it's about the standard size of Red Forest, which is Red Forest is big anyways. Then they kind of
Red
extended it
Forest
a
is big.
little bit more, and then they added this giant fucking temple in the middle of it, which is probably about the size of the up floor of the game itself. We're taking temple as top and bottom. This thing's huge.
Yeah.
This thing is huge.
I think it's the way that it's set up that because there's like so much shit in that map. There's like the temple, then there's like
Yeah, there's too many powers.
There's a lot of stuff.
Oh, there
There
is
is
a
at
lot of
least
pallets.
10
I
pallets
noticed
on every purgation map that I've
Yeah.
had. The pallet spawning algorithm on that map.
I've
Like,
seen a lot of double
I
pallets.
can be chased an entire game, and there's still pallets to spare, even though people drop them early and all that shit. There's still just pallets to spare.
It is
There's
huge.
so many.
And I've noticed that the temple is actually an infinite loop.
Yeah, there's several infinite loops around it,
It is ridiculous.
especially with the doors open.
I just think it needs to be worked. Honestly, I would just love a temple. Another indoor map and it'd be a temple.
Yeah, that would have been
Totem
cool.
spawns in it are terrible as well.
I just think
Yeah,
that
that's what I was hoping for with that map. An indoor temple map.
yeah, same. But anything
they'll rework it.
like only other thing I can kind of bitch about as far as maps go, besides RNG, because a lot of it is RNG based that the devs can't really, because this whole game is RNG based. Take away that, then you're gonna get people who just memorize the maps, and that's going to be hell on earth anyways. But the amount of pallets that are on Bud Lodge, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Doesn't help that the devs have increased the minimum number.
Yeah, it's bad. But in a whole, I think Auto Haven is in a good spot. I think in the whole, Macmillan's in a good spot. It's just those three maps that I don't like. I don't like playing on Springwood either, but it's just because I don't like Springwood.
I like Springwood.
I just don't like Springwood.
I don't like the Learys. I feel like there's way too many vaults. Like even as a survivor, it's just like vault, vault, vault,
See,
vault, vault.
You're just gonna
constant.
reveal your
As a
location.
survivor, I love it.
I love it as killer and survivor,
Because-
personally.
I mean, if you're a good looper, you can really, you can
my
do a
favorite
lot
survivor.
of stuff. Yeah, as a survivor, I'm actually excited to be at Larry's now because I kind of get to flex on my looping skills. It's just a lot of
what
fun,
do you guys,
especially when you're
what do you
running.
guys think of the game?
I love the game. I love
It's
it.
a very killer-oriented map.
It's one of my favorite.
I
ones.
like the game.
Which there
they
should
just,
be.
I feel
It
like
should be.
the gen spawns like are fucked up now.
Same with the hooks.
Yeah, hook spawns are the only thing I have
I
a real
haven't,
issue
I
with
haven't
it.
really noticed it. I haven't noticed the hooks, but I definitely noticed the gens. That it is so hard now to find gens upstairs.
So
Like, yeah, well, you know the middle
sometimes
one's
the hooks-
obvious, but like there's
Sometimes the
gens.
hooks are always
downstairs
on the top floor
or
always on
always
the bottom floor.
upstairs. Yeah.
There's never a mix. They're either always all on the second floor or all on the first. If
You
you,
get
can't
a
find stairs, just
few up top, here and there, but that's about it.
Same with gens. Sometimes there's
Sometimes
just
gens are the
all
same way
gens
too.
on the top,
Yeah.
all on the bottom. It's really stupid. I think though, as far as its size and number of pallets and loops goes, it's balanced because we need a map that is killer oriented. Because every other map isn't.
It's the only one that we
Especially
really
the maps
have.
we've talked about.
It's the only one I can
Like,
actually
the
kind of
amount-
sit down and say that, yeah, this is a killer heavy map.
Any killer can do well on the game.
Yeah.
Except
Michael
maybe
with the-
Trapper.
Yeah.
Maybe
Michael with
Trapper.
Scratch the Mirror.
Yeah, Trapper's
Nurse,
really.
Doctor. They're all strong in that map.
Every-
Yeah.
Well,
every
even
killer is
darkening
strong
the
on that
traps with Trapper is, it's too open to, and you can just see everything.
Like, thank you, Twitch, for doing that for me. That's not very nice.
Mount Ormond.
Mount Ormond's just buggy.
map. It's a buggy, laggy map.
That's all that is.
Huntress's hitbox is a glitch. You can't throw through the doors in the resort.
There's not really any good hiding spots. Like everything's so white and bright and just like
poor
there's
Claudette.
not really any. Well, not even Claudette, just stealth in general.
also
There's
blue.
not really any.
I'm gonna go
There
Claudette with
is
that white
in some
dress
places.
that's coming up.
But,
My least favorite killer to
plenty of
play
loops.
against is Legion by far.
There's lots of really tall grass, loops, and hiding spots around the
The jungle
resort itself.
gems are very unique. You can get some pretty good dodges with that. You know what? The only complaint, I love the design of Mount Ormond. It's just buggy.
Mm.
All right. So speaking of bugs, let's go ahead and transition into just overall game mechanics and gameplay. So we talk about talking about in-game. We're talking about hatch, pipping, hitboxes, bugs, ranking. Just general
Well, we should probably
features.
address the
that-
biggest, the ranking.
Okay. Ranking as in.
I'm just how it works.
Okay.
The new update. I personally, I'm all for them fixing it to where you actually have to, be involved in, the game to actually pip. But I feel like as hard as they've made it, it's a little unrealistic. It's like there's, as an example, you're playing, you get your objectives done, you do your gens, cleanse totems, whatever. There's no way to get altruism unless somebody gets hooked. And there's some games where it just doesn't happen. Or the killer face camps so hard that it's just not possible. And you just don't get the save, you don't get that emblem, and you don't pip. I don't think, there's absolutely nothing you can do about that, and I don't think you should de-pip for that. You know what I mean? I think they need, obviously, yes, make it a little more difficult, but don't make it so difficult that the people who are actually doing what they're supposed to get punished, for not being able to do stuff. My opinion, of course.
I say that if they're gonna make this really hard to pip, then please just give us rewards at the end at rank reset, Like, give us a reason to care about rank, to be quite honest.
Honestly, I have
One thing...
a proposed fix to just get rid of rank in general, and we do more of a experience type of thing, where you get put up against people who are actually the same level of skill that you are.
Because games like For Honor do it.
Make rank matter. Okay, yeah, you can have a streak of good games, but it doesn't determine your skill. Like, put something in that says, hey, I am a rank 1, I am fucking good at the game. Or I am a rank 10, and I am average. Like, put me up against... Like, we don't even have to have a rank. Just have a system put to where we are up against people of the same caliber that we are. It have to be a completely different thing. We're pretty much starting over at rank 20 again. So for a little bit, it's going to be a mess. It will be a mess.
But it'll weed itself out.
But it'll definitely weed itself out. So for the first couple of seasons, it's going to be really fidgety. You're going to get brand new players mixed with veteran players. I understand that.
Yeah.
But
it needs to happen to determine skill level.
Yes.
Because you could play, rank 1s can play against rank 20s, hold on.
But yeah, like I said, that's
I had
gonna
it
be
in my head.
That's gonna be like maybe a 2-season thing. And like I said, it's gonna be really fidgety for the first couple months, but it's gonna weed itself out. You're gonna get good players to good players. You can get bad players to bad players. You can get mediocre players to mediocre players.
Yeah.
The only thing about this is survive with friends. How to combat this? Easy. You take the average of the survivors, and then you take the average and you put the killer, or what you can do. Actually, I heard somebody mention this a couple weeks back on a stream. I can't remember what stream it was, but they proposed that the one that has the highest rank or the highest experience, that's the killer you get matched up with.
That's not a bad idea.
Because to be honest,
what do you mean?
So okay, as of right now, let's take the system as of right now. Just say I'm a rank 1. Dark is rank 1. Reagan, you're a rank 8. Fuzzy, you're a rank 13. Okay? You're kind of new to the game, you're kind of learning. We're all in a survive with friends. You will go up against a rank 1 killer. And here's why I say this.
I think that's
this is to keep away from survivor teams going up against who has a lot of high ranked or high skilled survivors going up against a really weak killer. Because killers ultimately run the game. That's the way the game is designed. You have 4 people going up against 1. That's just going to be, it's extremely demotivating as a killer. As a killer, hang on, I'm talking in circles here. So pretty much what I'm trying to say is, as a survivor, you're not going to get better as a survivor unless you go up against better killers. Because like I said, killers ultimately run this game. You need killers to have this game. And if most of your party is up against that rank anyways, there's no real issue. You're just helping this one other person. Versus while you have 3 or 4 survivors who are significantly higher than your skill level, you're not really going to learn anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Should there be,
So-
oh, go on, Reagan.
All I was gonna say is, so pretty much killer's gonna be the same skill level as the best player in your team.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, isn't that kind of how it is now?
No.
Depending on who hosts.
Nope.
Like who invites who.
Nope. There's been multiple times to where, as a red ranked survivor, and there would be a couple, maybe another high rank in there, and then a few other smaller ranks. We usually get paired with, doesn't matter who does it, we usually get kind of paired with someone in the middle or someone more towards the lower end of the rank system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I play with Chaos, and he's, I don't know what rank he is, but I'm in red ranks, so I get paired up with purple or green.
Yeah, if you are a red rank survivor, you're going to get paired with a red rank killer. Doesn't matter if you're bringing a rank 20 in with you.
I was gonna ask, like, in the case that, these rank 20s or lower levels go against these really high rank killers, should they get, like a bonus since they went against something way above their level?
What do you mean a bonus?
I don't know, could be, like, I don't know, like a bonus to blood points or something. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I can go with that, you know, if you're not within a certain...
Hey, you just went against something way above your level. Here's a little compensation.
Yeah, I can actually, I'm perfectly on board with that, you know, if you're not in the same color rank as the killer going against, you get a little of a blood point bonus. So if you're a purple rank going against the killer, red rank killer, no, you get X amount. And green, you get a little bit more. Yellow, you get a little more. Beige, you get even more. If you're, yeah, I can do that. I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
100%.
Because, it would be kind of unfair if, like, the rank 20 gets instantly found and instantly, sacrificed, or sacrificed super quickly.
Yeah.
But they didn't really get a chance to do anything.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. But I do think that you should lean more towards the better survivor anyways.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, good survivor can bully a killer all fucking day. Me and Dark do it all the fucking time, and it's fucking hilarious.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's talk about in-game real quick. This in-game needs to be changed.
Does
Fresh,
take way too little time to open.
Fresh is
20
already
seconds is ridiculous.
Yeah, Fresh has already
that
kind
how
of gave
long?
us a little of 20 seconds.
Oh wow.
It is 20
Doesn't feel
seconds.
like 20 seconds.
It is 20 seconds.
Yeah, it feels longer than that.
It feels
20
longer
seconds to
when
open
you're
the gate.
on the gate, but it is long. Well, not long, but short. It kind of, Fresh kind of hints at a little bit of a change to an in-game. Fresh, is there anything you kind of want to add in with what your proposed fix was? Something that you think could really help do this?
Is Fresh
Like,
here still?
he should be. He's just been really quiet lately.
Party, but I haven't heard him at all, so
Yeah, he's been really
I
quiet.
don't know.
So, what I'm kind of thinking is a two-step process to open a gate. One, you have the key, and you have to insert the key and stuff, and there's a timer for that, and then there's an additional timer to actually opening the gate. So this can bring it up to 30 seconds to 40 seconds. As like bare minimum, you know what I'm saying? So it takes a little bit to unlock, like there's a cover on the lever, so you have to be able to unlock this lever, which takes a little bit of time, and then unlocking the gate itself takes time.
Well, it depends on how you're wanting to find the key, or if it's even needing to be found. Like, I can see if, like, you know how the panels on the, you know, that one side of the door, maybe the key is hanging on the other side of the door, and you have to actually do an action to take the key off, then go to the other side of the door, open that takes time, and then open the gates. I can see that, but having to actually go, like, look around for a key, I think that's just too much.
Well, that's what he was talking about doing, like, during the game, to give survivors something extra to do.
But what if you can't? Like, what if you don't find it?
We could do 3 random, like, levers. Each lever goes to an exit gate, and if you open both levers, you can open the third one, which is for the hatch.
That could make sense. Or, like, there has to be, or there's, like, 2 levers on each side, so you have to have, like, if, you know, if there's more than one person, you know, 2 people have to do it at the same time.
That would be difficult with just one survivor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If there's more than one survivor, then you have to. If there's one, then obviously you can only do one lever. But the one lever only will work if there's only one survivor left.
Yeah.
Or if there's survivors and one of them is hooked, then only one of the levers. You only need one lever.
Dark, what do you think? You got any ideas?
No, nothing that'd be balanced.
Or just maybe just make it take a little longer. Because, I mean...
I'd like them to break up the monotony of the end game and keep the power in the killer's hands rather than just, you know, wait 20 seconds for a door to open and then the killer's instantly a joke.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking, like, the positions of these levers would be literally, across the exit gate. So you have to literally kind of just cross the whole damn map in order to go to the open gate. And then the third lever will be somewhere in the middle. Far away from the hatch. That's what I was thinking. It'll be really time consuming, and you know, instead of just camping exit gates.
Okay, so pretty much what you're saying is you have exit gate A and exit gate B. The lever for exit gate A is by exit gate B, and the lever for exit gate B is by exit gate A.
It doesn't have
Well,
to.
it shouldn't be like that, because there's a lot of times where there's maps and the exit gates are right next to each other.
Yeah, okay, so think of it as a mirror. If the exit gates are close to each other, then that means the levers are on the other side. You have to cross the whole damn map in order to get to the lever. I hope that makes any sense.
So... Oh, I get what you're saying, so
it's
kind of like a control panel type thing?
Yeah, it's a control panel kind of thing. And then the hatch lever will be somewhere like in the middle of the map or something. So the killer won't be closing the hatch, but the survivor would have to be lucky enough to find the third lever.
Right.
Okay.
Or it takes time to get, like, if you're at the hatch, it takes time to open it instead of just instant open.
Yeah, we could do that too.
Does this lever spawn at the beginning of the match, or does it only spawn after all gens have been powered?
After all the gens are done.
Okay, so survivors can't go out and scout where this lever is, memorize it, and then go do gens, correct?
Yeah. That would be a little too easy for the survivors.
Okay.
So,
let's kind of talk about hatch a little bit. Hatch is very controversial. A lot of people like where the hatch is. A lot of people really hate it. Me personally, I hate it.
I think it shouldn't exist.
Well, I want to say that, but then again, you get the cases where you're solo queuing and your survivor team are fucking idiots. They all die, 2 gens are done, and you're just kind of left for dead. I have the fifth I would like to see come in is a system brought in that registers how much you have done during the game, but you have to do a certain amount to get the hatch to open up for you. So you can't just walk around the map hiding all game and get the hatch. You actually have to be doing something. You have to like be on track to PIP or something like that. Have so many emblems in for it to open up for you. So that way, me as a killer, I know that if you escape through the hatch, I know that you earned your escape. And if it's still closed and you're the last one, I know you haven't done shit. And you need to do more.
One thing I'd personally like to see, and I wouldn't mind it at all, you know, being a survivor main. If, again, going back to killers can close the hatch. And I think that should be allowed if gates aren't open. If gates are open, hatch stays open, you know, because, you know, people did objectives, they got what they needed to do. And if somebody wants to get the hatch at the end, fine. But if nobody finished 5 gens, gates aren't open, and you're waiting for the hatch, I feel like it should be closed. You shouldn't be like, key can open it, whatever, but I should be able to close it. So maybe one of you gets out, but not everyone's getting out. You didn't finish your objectives like you're supposed to. You don't deserve the hatch.
Yeah, that's my philosophy. If you do your objectives, you don't deserve to live, which is why I was talking about the system bringing it to where you have to do a certain amount to even be able to get to open up for you. Because then, as a killer, that's telling me that you earned your way out, even though your team died, you still earned your way.
What needs to be a thing is, yeah, I do get what you mean. Another thing that they need to do is they need to prevent hatch camping. Because, of course, people who don't do anything just wait for you to die. You're sitting on the hook, your first hook, and they're just pointing at you. Go ahead, die. I'm gonna get the hatch, go. Like, no, you don't deserve it. Hatch camping shouldn't be a thing. Like,
well, that kind of goes along with my fits. Like, if you haven't done anything, the hatch is not gonna open up for you anyways.
Well, not even opening. Just it's not gonna spawn until you're like, I don't think it should spawn until you're either the last person or all gens are done.
Oh, so what you're saying is the hatch doesn't spawn at all until you are the last person.
Yes, or gens have all popped. All 5 gens are popped.
Okay.
All 5 gens pop. If the gates aren't open, it's still spawn. It's just not open.
Okay.
Unless you use a key or open the exit gates. That will prevent hatch camping so bad. So I mean, yeah, you can walk around and stuff, but you might get found. You might not get lucky.
Okay, but what about in the cases that survivors still isn't doing anything, they just hide all game, wait for everyone to die, and then they just run around finding the hatch?
Well, that's the thing. The hatch spawns because you're the last person, but
you still haven't done anything all game.
It's not going to open unless you have a key. Yeah, it's not going to open unless you have a key or you do gens.
So basically what you're saying is combine both of our ideas. Make it to where you have to do something.
Yeah, you have to have done stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that, Fitz. It makes makes it worthwhile.
We can a tweaky thing for it. If you're the last person and you've done stuff, you have to oh my god, I lost what I was gonna say. I hate that.
I mean, I to earn enough emblems throughout the game as well as you have to be the last survivor before it's even going to spawn for you. So
yeah,
there's-
you have to do like there has to be like
I
a
like that.
minimum of amount of stuff that you can do. So like if the hatch hasn't opened for you and you're the last survivor, you haven't done enough. So you have to actively do more things until the hatch opens. You know what I mean?
I like
If
that.
you want that hatch without having to open the gates, you got to do more.
I like that. What do you guys think?
Yeah. It's a good idea. Removes cheap, easy escapes. For
Mhm.
doing fuck all except urban evasioning around the map while your
Yep.
team dies.
Yep.
Because I've seen that happen and people have got the hatch doing that. And it pisses me off.
Kind of on the same topic, holding game hostage. Me and Dark have a big issue with this. We
Yes.
kill survivors, extremely fast to get one gen done, and they're kind of just hiding around, not doing anything. What fits would you like to see come into the game to prevent this from happening? Because as a killer main, this is extremely irritating.
Well, you know how Tide did in his tournaments? You have 5 minutes to either actively do something or get the hatch. Maybe there's a time limit. When you're the last survivor, if you're not doing anything, there's a timer. When you do stuff, timer stops. It pauses.
Okay. What happens when that timer depletes? Do you
Hatch
die
closes.
instantly?
No,
escape.
no, not instantly.
Dark, what I'm talking
Timer
about
stops,
is the
your
hatch
aura's
hasn't even
found.
spawned yet. So one gen or no gens have been done. It's just
Yeah, but in those situations...
yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This type of game hostage. So,
If you don't
The
do
thing,
anything,
though, is that, like, what if it's, because there's some really killer-sided games, and it just sucks, because that means you really can't do anything.
but that just means
well,
the
if
killer
there's
did really
no
good at his
gens
job.
done,
That means the killer did really good
if
at his
there's no
job.
gens done, it's the survivor's fault that no gens got done.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And there's plenty of gens for the killer,
So-
to have to go to. So all you literally have to do is tap a couple gens, and then he's patrolling, certain gens, and just work on one, a little bit at a time, and you can get it. It's not. I mean, it's gonna be a process, but not
It's gonna
impossible.
be hard.
Yeah, there's a difference between being immersed and holding game hostage. And what I'm talking about, Fuzzy, is holding the game hostage. Not doing
God,
anything, not doing a gen, you're just hiding in lockers, crouching around, not doing anything. This is what we want to fix. Make
Well,
the
are you
survivor
talking-
having to do something.
But a game can also be held hostage by the killer, so there also has to be a fix for that.
Yeah, a ban. That's what they get. People that hold the game hostage and you got proof of it, they get banned.
Well, then that's the same for the killer or for the survivor.
Well, okay, let me ask, how does a killer hold the game hostage?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
Is it the
Trapping in
hatch
a corner.
standoff?
Trapping in the corner. No, hatch
Oh,
standoffs.
yeah,
Both of
no.
Hat
No.
They're
standoffs.
both holding it hostage.
holding the
I've
game
seen people
hostage
do
is
that
also
shit.
people like. I mean, it might be stupid, but like continuously not letting them do any. I'm not saying you have to let them do stuff, but letting them go, farming them, knocking them down, doing this and that, like not killing them or them not doing their objective, and you're just farming them for points. That's holding the game hostage, in my opinion. Because you're not killing them, you're not ending the game. They are not able to end the game by doing their side. You're just sitting there wasting time
So,
trying to
Honestly,
get more
that
points
just,
off of them.
that sounds more like just being a dick than anything else. Right?
But it is holding the game hostage.
It is
Because-
holding the game hostage.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay.
And I mean, like, gen camping, I personally don't like gen camping. There's
Working
3
on a
gens in a row. No, I'm talking about
That's
3
the
gens in a
survivor's
row.
problem.
It is
Yeah.
the survivor. It's the survivor's fault 100%. But a killer not doing chases and literally just going back and forth to each gen, just smacking it constantly
That's
after
a
you touch
strategy.
it.
That's a
That's a
very
strategy.
good. That's a strategy
free
for
gen
that
strat.
situation. That's a 3-gen strat. That is a very strong
That's the only
strategy.
thing a killer can do in a situation like that to keep control.
Yeah. When you have a 3-gen strat like that, you don't want to really chase. You want to hit, smack,
Yeah.
keep them off the gen, and then catch the injured person just but losing my train of thought. Yeah, catch the injured person out of position, get them down, get them hooks, and then continue the process. But there's an easy counter to this. Everyone work on a different fucking gen. A killer can hold one gen hostage for sure. He cannot control 3 gens at once. He cannot. Okay, let's say there's just 3 people alive, right? You have Gen A, Gen B, and Gen C. You have someone working on Gen A and Gen B. Killer's coming to Gen C. Gen A and Gen B are being worked on. He kicks Gen C. So Survivor on Gen C is hiding around, waiting. As soon as he leaves, he jumps back on that gen. Now, Killer's going to Gen B. No, Gen A is still being worked on, and now Gen C is worked on as well, again.
Right.
And you continue that process. To get past a 3-gen strat as a Survivor team, work on separate gens. Coordinate, work with your team, work on separate gens. Don't huddle up on one gen. That's how you end up losing the game.
Yep.
So that, in my opinion, is not...
Because it punishes survivors for doing all the gens on one side.
Yeah, so that, in my opinion, is not holding a game hostage. That is, in my opinion, the killer adapting to his situation and playing it accordingly.
Yep. I try and force it as trapper. If a game's going bad for me, I trap out 3 gens and stick to them like glue.
Yeah, that's why a lot of really good killers, they see a map, they do a quick run around, see what the gens are, and they immediately map which 3 gens do I want to hold. Which 3 gens do I want to protect? Yes.
Because more often than not, it blocks 3 gens that are close to each other, that are far away from you. So
it is a very strong strategy. Yeah. Like, when I go into a killer game, I immediately look and say, okay, which 3 gens do I want to protect? And that, I want to try to make my 3 gens. I'm still going to go out and look for survivors to get them all gens as possible, but these 3 gens are the ones I really want to protect. And then once a gen gets done, I see where it's at, and if it's one of those gens I wanted to keep, then my plan changes. But as a good killers, we plan for a 3-gen strat. We try to force you into a 3-gen strat.
I feel it.
But going back to what you were saying before with the 5-minute timer. What happens once that 5-minute timer depletes? Now,
I think that the survivor's aura should be shown. If they haven't done anything, or because like I said, it doesn't take 5 minutes to get from gen to gen, and it doesn't take that long at all to get from gen to gen. So if you're actively trying to work on gens, then you're fine. But if you're doing nothing and that 5-minute timer runs out, which is the only way it will run out, the killer can see your aura.
Well, how about the killer sees your aura and you're automatically exposed?
Yes.
You get in the game right then and there.
Yep.
Yeah, punish the survivor.
I think that's fine.
For breaking the rules of the game.
I hate survivors that don't do anything and they just hide around. Like, I'm sitting there looking forever for somebody. No gens are being touched. They're not at the hatch. And it's like, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even
when the hatch hasn't spawned, it's like people just like 1 or 2 gens, like 1 gen's been done on no gens, and just the last person's alive, just urban evasioning everywhere.
It's just not actually working on anything. Yeah. I would like to see something after a certain amount of time. Your order is shown to me, and you're exposed until you start working on something. The only thing I see a problem with this is Survivor knows that this is going to happen, so they do a quick thing, and then so with this, they have to, like, say, because they have to do gens in order to get the hatch. You have to do so much of this gen in order for it to go away. Let's say a quarter or half of a gen has to be done before that status goes away and your aura is no longer revealed. Well, yeah.
Well, I don't.
This shit
Well,
needs to be
no, I don't
punished.
think it should be like that. Aura should be seen if you're not actively doing anything. The timer runs out. If you start working on a gen, or like you get in gen proximity and actually work on the gen, then you don't see the aura. So that, because if you just look at you can just see the aura of the gen they're on, and if they do it halfway, like it gives you plenty of time to get over there and kill them.
Okay. Well, how about this?
But a counter, because I did say in proximity, you can't just be in a proximity of a gen and your aura is invisible the whole time. If you're in there for longer than 5 seconds or so, then your aura is shown again because you're not doing a gen.
How about this? So this timer has completed. Your aura is now shown, and you're now exposed. Once you start working on a gen, the aura goes away, but you're still exposed until you reach a certain point on that gen.
I can live with that.
What about cleansing totems or looking through chests?
No, because that's not doing anything to continue the game, really.
True.
Yeah,
But
that's not getting you towards
It's
end
not
game.
end game.
That's not getting you towards end game
endgame?
at all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
we're talking about getting you
Yeah.
towards end game.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no, I was thinking of the times where no gens are done.
Yeah, if no gens are
No
done,
I mean, even then,
You
like
need
no
to
gens
work
are
on
done.
gens.
Nothing is still being pushed towards end game if you're searching through chests and doing totems. Nothing's being pushed towards
Yeah.
end game.
I
You're
mean,
just
that's what I do. Like when no one
at
get a
that
gen, I
point
just
you're just
break
trying.
totems.
At that point,
Yeah,
you're just
it's
trying to
just
farm
basically-
blood points, but you're not doing anything towards your objective, and that's what we're talking about.
No, if I get a toolbox,
Yeah.
I start working on the closest gen and get caught. That's it.
right. But if you do that in the 5 minutes, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
This is for the people who do nothing in the 5 minutes or do barely anything in the 5 minutes and hold the game hostage. This is only preventing holding the game hostage. It's not.
Happens way more often than you think.
Right.
Yeah.
It will not. The way that we're talking will not punish active players.
Yes.
It only punishes people who are hiding and doing nothing.
Exactly.
Alright.
Endgame.
Yeah.
And they don't even get the hatch because they haven't done enough to do it.
Yeah.
I hate people that do that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what
no
we're
more
trying to
hatch
prevent.
camping for them.
Because it's happened to me and Dark plenty of times, especially when we play spirits. Me and Dark, we have really strong spirits.
It's usually when
Yeah.
I play Hillbilly that it happens.
Yeah, when we play Hillbilly too, like it happens a lot, and it's frustrating. You want the game to end. You won. You know you won, but you have this one person just hiding away, not doing anything, and this needs to be fixed. And I like this change. Once there's a certain time, you don't have to be 5 minutes. It can be 3 minutes. Whatever time that they decide that is fair for both sides. Once that timer is done, you are now exposed and your aura is seen. Once you start working on a gen, like you get a 1 or 2% on it, your aura is gone. But you're still exposed until you reach, let's say, a quarter or 50% done with the gen. Probably a quarter. Or about it's cool, a third. A third of the gen is done, you're now no longer exposed. This is telling the game that you are actively now trying to do something to get towards end game and your survival. I think that's a pretty fair fix, in my personal opinion. Kind of got off on a little tangent there, guys. We talked about that a lot longer than I thought I was going to. What extra features would you guys like to see? Whether it's just quality of life updates, new stuff like added to the game, like we talked about adding new Moris, where you can buy Moris from the shrine. Personally, I think a quality of life update that I would like to see is a hook meter, or something that tells you how many hooks you have. Whether you're a survivor, it tells you you've been hooked this many times, or a killer, it's telling you this survivor has been hooked this many times. I'd see that as more just a quality of life update. There's been a couple times to where, especially as Pig, I can't remember how many times I hooked this person, or if I hooked this person at all. And sometimes a bear trap goes to waste.
Yep.
Or I make a wrong play, like I'm wanting stuff for my 4K, and or whatever, and I put the wrong person on the hook. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Personally, I just like Morris to be purchasable. Just go through the effort of adding those new animations in, and people will buy them.
I think it would be
there's no reason
cool
not to.
for every time you proceed, you can make all your cosmetics bloody. That would be kind of cool.
That'd be cool.
But
That'd be cool. Well, how about this? I can't remember which stream it was. I don't want to take credit for this, but I don't remember which stream this was. But I remember hearing someone say, like, each time you get a devotion, you unlock a cosmetic for your survivors and killers. Like, there's a specific cosmetic.
Get rewarded at all for that.
Yeah.
I know, it's kind of shit.
Like,
It's
I'm
really
at
shit.
devotion to level 77, so I've gone to 277 levels of this game. I have close to about 1,000 hours in this game alone. That's a lot of time in this game, and I don't really see any reward for it.
I would like to see, like, every devotion you get, I think it should stay the same, but maybe you get, like, a couple thousand shards, or you get, 500,000 blood points, like, for every devotion you get.
So for every devotion, like, say, I'm about to be devotion 3. So once I hit my devotion 3, I get extra 3,000 blood points. Then once I hit 4, 4,000 blood points. 5, 5,000 blood points. Well, that both is what shards.
1,000 isn't that much. You can do bare minimum in a game. You can do bare minimum in a game and get 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, whatever blood points. That's what I was saying.
I meant shards. I meant shards.
Oh, shards.
Yeah, I meant shards.
Yeah. I could do shards, but if we're going blood points, I need like 500,000 blood points for every devotion.
Yeah, that's what I meant shards. So like when I hit devotion 3, I get 3,000 extra shards. When I hit devotion 4, 4,000 shards. For devotion 5, 5,000 shards. So on and so forth.
Yeah.
It'll let us buy cosmetics more and reward people that are actually putting time into the game.
Yeah.
To buy more cosmetics.
Because
there's spending money.
There's people out there who has like devotion 8 and 9 and
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not getting anything for it.
I'm only on devotion 262. I played this game before.
I'm on 70 level 70 devotion 3.
Yeah, I have.
Hell.
Yeah.
I got it when it was free, and I think that's in like August or something.
I got it right after it was free. So I started playing in October, and then I hit it hard
every day since.
Yeah, I hit it hard. I've been hitting it hard since November.
I started playing it in like late September, I think.
Yeah.
Mid-September.
I'd be a higher level if I didn't go away for 2 weeks for Christmas. And get banned for a week. And
what do you guys think about like during the game? Like kind of going back to my proposed hatch fits, you actually see something that's showing you how much progress you have done throughout the game. Some way.
Wait, what?
What do you guys think about there being some sort of indicator of how much you have done throughout the game? Like whether you're on point to pip or not. Like there's like a pip meter that you have somewhere that shows that.
I wouldn't mind that. Have like a little bar at the bottom.
Just kind of like it's kind of like a quality of life update. You're like, oh, I've done this much, or I'm expecting this much, or I need to do more to as a survivor. I need to do more to get attached, or whatever.
I'd like a stat tracker.
Yes, that'd be awesome.
So hours put into the game, fun true facts like number of survivors sacrificed, number of survivors married.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
amount of time cumulatively that you've led chases, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
With gens
That'd be
going.
Worked on.
Just
that'd be
interesting,
cool.
funny little facts over the course of your game career.
Yeah, that'd be
See how
cool.
much you do.
Like,
People love doing that where they compare like how many gens have you done like total since
Yeah.
you've been playing? And you're
I'd
like,
love to
oh,
do
I've
that.
done
That'd be cool.
77.5.
I'd love to have statistics
that'd
like
be
that,
awesome.
but
Yeah, I
it's a
would
shame they
love
haven't
that.
done
You know,
Oh, yeah.
it kind of bring a little more of kind of entice the competitive feel that this game has. You know, oh, I've done more gens than you. Well, I've sacrificed more survivors than you. Shit like that.
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just be a cool
I-
little thing.
I think. Yeah, I would actually love something like that.
It'd
Anything
breed
else?
toxicity though.
The only
Like,
I mean, it could, but I think it'd be more just
if
kind
you
of a
get
fun thing to
toxic
do.
because of that, you're
You're the wrong
just
type of
a-
person.
Yeah.
I mean, I go through this kind of
Stay
shit
home.
like on Smite, like for real.
Ugh.
Like,
Oh, really?
I've got more of this than you.
That's why
I'm
we
just
don't play
saying-
Smite.
I can see it going like being playful,
No,
playful
anything with
toxic
stats,
between friends.
anything with
but
stats can get really toxic
I
really
guess.
quick.
Yeah.
the only thing
Yeah,
that
make
could
it
prevent
could.
it, the only thing that they had, if they do the stats and stuff, they just can't make that in any way like a competition. Like whoever has the most kills wins. Like
Yeah.
you can't. To
Yeah.
prevent that from ever being toxic,
No,
that can
like,
never
okay.
be a factor in any type of
It's
competition.
literally
Of
just a
course.
stat
Oh,
to
no, I
say,
understand.
hey, I have community
Yeah.
this. It'd be a fun little gimmick to have with your friends
Yeah, it
and
would
shit.
be fun. Don't get me wrong, it would be fun. But if like, are you the only person that can see your stats, or can other people see your stats?
Have the option to make it public or private.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Because if you make it public, then people are gonna be like, "Oh my God, you've died more than survived." You know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
This person
yeah, I can
sucks.
see that. They
That's
can just look at
exactly
your
how it is in
profile
Smite.
and
You have more deaths
Yeah.
than kills. You suck. You know, it's
Yeah,
It's
you
dumb,
have
but
the
it's
option. You have the option to make it private or public. It's up to you.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Overwatch, where you can make your profile public or private. Same thing here.
True. Okay. Yeah. That's
just
perfectly fine.
like one of the biggest things, and it's just the game overall, is I feel like they need to fix all of the bugs before they keep adding more stuff before they ever fix the bugs. And yeah, they have
Yep.
different bugs that are fixed, but they are not going through this with a fine-tooth comb and bug, fix. Like they're just not. And it bothers me that, oh yeah, we got a new killer, now we have a new survivor, but every time I press R1 to throw a pallet down, it just doesn't do it. Like they need to fix the bugs like
Yeah.
permanently before they add new stuff. And if they find out when they did add new stuff that something else got bugged, you need to go in and fix it. I don't care if I have to update 5 times a week. Like,
So because this
want my
is
game
an
not bugged.
online game, there's always going to be bugs. But I do
Yeah.
agree with you. I would like for them to say, hey guys, we're not going to release chapter 13. Instead, we're going to take this entire time and work on the bugs, work on the balance issues. And when chapter 14 will be released, that's when we're going to do chapter 13.
yeah.
I think everybody in the community will be 100% on board with that. No one's going to be like, no, you can't fucking do that. We want the content now. Like, no one's
Right.
going to do that.
I guarantee every single person has something buggy that they would wish to be fixed. Like, I don't think anybody is like, nope, this game's perfect.
Yeah. No one's going to say that.
No.
Alright, we're getting towards the end of this, guys. Let's go. We're almost at 4 hours of this. This lasted a lot longer than I think it's going to
Oh, it's
last.
been 4 hours?
Yeah, we're at 3 hours and 50 minutes right now.
Make it 4, guys.
Oh, we're going to, yeah,
10
one more.
minutes.
We got one more subject to kind of touch on real quick, and that is new chapter ideas. What killers, what survivors, what perks, what maps do you guys want to be in? We'll just go down the line. You give me a few that you like to see to come in, and then we'll just start closing arguments from there.
Alright. Well, I would love to see another indoor map, but something like I said, I thought the temple was going to be an indoor map, and I would have liked it to be. I think it would have been cool to go through, like, catacombs and, you know, different types of things. Like, they need to make a really intense, like, this is a horror game, but there's not really anything horror about it unless you get a jump scare, Michaels, or Spirit.
Yeah.
Like, they need to make an indoor map that will induce jump scares, I think, personally.
Whoa, Fresh is alive? Holy shit!
Oh, I just noticed that too. He's just so quiet.
He was in the Red Forest.
Mhm.
Yeah, they should have made it, a whole nother map.
Wait, Fresh, go ahead. Have we heard from you in a while? You need to speak, brother.
I've been here. I just been doing a whole bunch of other things.
Okay.
But yeah, I totally agree with Badass Mama. They do need to implement another indoor map.
Mhm.
Ones they got now are pretty cool. I like to see something scarier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got any ideas
That's
what you like? English. What you would like to see?
I would like to see for them to upgrade, the doctor's place, make it like a 3-story type building or something, make it better.
Kind of like a mansion type of thing.
Yeah. Different floors.
Okay.
I'd like to see it prison. As an indoor map.
A prison? Yeah, that'd be cool. Personally,
Haunted prison.
I would actually love a graveyard. Graveyard map.
Would that'd be an open map though?
Yeah, it would be an open map, but it would be there's another map in here. I'm a huge horror fan. I love the paranormal and stuff, so I have to kind of go along with like a paranormal type of killer.
What about like an underground catacombs kind of thing beneath it?
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. What new killers would you guys like to see? It could be not DLCs, but
Yeah.
I would, like I said earlier,
it could be licensed or original killers. It doesn't matter.
I would just like a werewolf kind of thing. Like, his power is he runs at you, kind of like the hillbilly has that like burst of speed with the chainsaw.
I mean, I have.
But he runs at you for like just a few seconds, like it's like a speed boost type of thing, kind of like
Yeah.
Legion, but
Better.
it's a werewolf, and it's a little better.
Yeah.
So I've been working on an original killer, but I really don't want to get into detail. I will tell you one of their perks.
Okay.
Their perk is desperation.
Mhm.
So basically, it's an obsession perk in all technicality.
Okay.
You hit your obsession. Actually, it's when you lose your obsession in a chase, it reveals the auras of the other survivors if they are within your terror radius.
Okay.
Cutting off.
So at tier 3, how long are their auras revealed?
Just a few seconds. Like, maybe
Just like
a,
3 to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
around
I had an idea for a
4.
perk.
I think it's
Okay.
4
So you're
seconds.
obsessed. That'd
Okay.
work well with play.
Go ahead, Reagan. You said you had an idea for a perk.
Yeah, something, because you know how like Legion looks like a survivor and whatever.
Mhm.
I think maybe like a one-time use perk would be it could be an obsession perk. You hit your obsession like gets knocked out for a little, like for a few seconds, up to a minute at most, because that's all you really need.
Mhm.
And you take on the shape of your obsession. You look like them. So maybe a shapeshifter
see.
type killer.
I want
And
this as a power. I want this to be a natural killer.
Why?
I want
But
that
I
to be
think
a
that would
killer.
be you don't think that'd be too overpowered to be able to use that whenever you want?
No.
I was
No,
thinking like a one-time
communication
thing
is
when you
shut down.
absolutely need it.
No. So pretty much the way my mind works with it, you use this power. It'd be kind of like Dark Devotion with the terrorists, but now I'm taking me and this survivor are swapping places for X amount type of thing. But it's much shorter. So pretty much you're going to use it to get the survivor and you see someone else and go somewhere else. It's just a little bit of drawback. It could be a perk, but I would see it as a power. Something to do with I'm possessing this person. So yeah, that's what I want to see.
Well, yeah, like I think there's a movie like that where like, or no, it's
There's a lot of movies
I
like
think
that.
I'm getting it from like Supernatural, the
There's a lot of movies like
shapeshifters
that.
and stuff,
There's a
where
lot
they
of movies
take
like that.
on they take on your look. They look like you, and you know they hide you in the closet, whatever.
You have
But
cis voices. You have the possession. Like pretty much any
Yeah.
possession movie is like that.
But like you don't have a terror radius when you look like the survivor, and when you get to a survivor, you can either wait out the time, or you can immediately turn it off, to where you're there, attack, that's something like that I think would be kind of cool. But again, I think it should be a one-time use thing, because that can be very powerful if needed.
Yeah. I like to see it as
Especially
just
like
a
haunted ground,
power.
no ed, like times like that, it would be very
Well,
very
even
detrimental.
what I'm kind of thinking of is I'm able to take the skin of a survivor as a kind of like a wraith type situation, where I'm able to take the place of a survivor. My terror radius is gone, and then after it's kind of like a wraith spirit type of thing. So I'm able to go into look like a survivor, walk up to another survivor, and then once I come out, so I'm able to hit them.
Yeah.
You can't stay like in that phase for very long, so it's kind of like the spirit's phasing. There's obviously gonna be a cooldown, but my terror radius is going to be depleted to nothing, and I'm taking the look of a survivor. So when a survivor sees me, they think I'm just a survivor.
The
Yeah, but
concept
I
I
think
have is one I've seen from another person. It's called the succubus, and I've sent it to the group chat. It's too long for me to talk about at length here and sum up, but it is an amazing idea with great perks and a really cool power idea.
Can you
It's one that's
brief it
always
for us
stuck
real
on.
quick?
I can try. Essentially, it's a succubus. It's a devil, and her power is that she can send a spectral kiss towards you, which would charm you for a few seconds and force the survivor to look in your direction and move towards you for 2 seconds.
Oh shoot.
Ooh.
Without vaulting anything.
Ooh.
You can't vault anything. And her perks, one's called Virgin Killer. When in a chase with a survivor who's not yet been injured or downed, you gain a movement speed bonus, and you lose the bonus when the chase ends.
Ooh.
Hex Jealousy. You become obsessed with a survivor. Whenever your obsession participates in a co-op action or altruistic action, you get a token, up to a maximum of 10 tokens. At 6, you get to see the auras of survivors within 10 meters of your obsession. At 8 tokens, survivors other than your obsession are exposed, and at 10, you can kill survivors other than your obsession by your own hand, and you lose all tokens if your obsession dies. And Masochism. Whenever you are stunned, you gain a moderate or considerable speed boost for several seconds. I love the idea of jealousy because it isolates your obsession and forces them to, get away from people.
I love this.
Yeah, I do. It's one that's always stuck with me ever since it's been released.
That is
It
so
sounds
cool.
Such a cool
So
idea.
So who
Dude.
put this out?
It's someone on Reddit. Someone just made the idea, and
Yeah,
it's so
there's
cool.
a lot of
Oh my
Reddit
God,
ideas that are really
dude.
cool.
That
It's so
sounds
good.
awesome. I would love that. Holy shit.
I
Like,
guess
I'm
I
actually kind of like fangirling over here about that.
You're
I
like,
guess
make
I
this
can
now.
try to make my idea, but like in small details. So basically, it's a 2-in-1 killer. So one of them is basically gonna act like a sentry. It's not gonna do anything. It's just gonna walk forward, or depending on which one you are. The power, in all technicality, is you can switch between the two.
Okay.
And you can control only one at a time, and basically their power is really more along the lines of, if the two of them are nearby and there's a survivor, then that's when you can really like down survivors. But I'm not too sure if I want to do expose status effect. One of them is going to have sort of like a hum, because the theme is one of them's gonna hum a wedding tune, so you'll know if that one's coming. The other one isn't. I'm not too sure what I'm gonna do with the other one, but basically they float kind of like the nurse. And what they can do is, if their lover or their second is near a survivor, they go into a jealous rage and charge forward. I don't know if that's too similar to the nurse. We can tweak it. But the groom, basically, if survivor's near their other and they're nearby, they go into jealous rage as well. They basically stay on all fours and they can leap to a survivor. It's not a guaranteed hit because you have to aim. I don't know if under these circumstances it should be kind of like a chainsaw, like one hit down, or if it should just injure.
Well, if the leap is hard and you have to actually time it and, you know, get good with it, then maybe it should be a one hit.
Yeah,
but
one
only
hit.
with that, yeah, I had a question. So you're talking about like a bride and groom type thing.
Yes.
So it's two people, you know, and one. Is it like there's two people on the map and one person's just floating around randomly, you know, like computerized, whatever, while you're using the thing, and then you can switch to wherever that, like, if you're the groom and the bride's floating around, whatever, and you want to switch to her, you switch and you end up wherever she was at, right?
Yes. So you kind of have to like maneuver the two.
So I can like put one of them at one place, go to another place, chase someone over here, get them down, and immediately jump back over to there and get into another chase.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it should be stationary.
That could be pretty cool. That could be pretty cool.
I don't know.
Well, it shouldn't be
I
stationary,
wasn't thinking. They're not stationary. They move. They keep moving.
They move constantly.
Oh, they keep
They
moving.
constantly
okay.
move. You have to maneuver this. This is going to be a hard killer to play. But it is so worth it if you can get both the groom and the bride. It was two grooms, but it could be a bride and a groom. You get them, and they both go in a jealous rage. Well, there you go. Exposed status effect. Both of them.
I like that. I like that.
So if they're nearby each other and, you know, there's a survivor near them both, then they just both go into a rage?
Yeah. That's gonna be fucking scary.
I like that.
That's gonna be terrifying.
I like
Especially
that.
in a creepy-ass map. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. They will definitely have a noise notification. The Hummer will end up kind of wailing, almost like the spirit, but not like the spirit, and it becomes louder and more intense once you realize, oh shit, exposed.
Just after me.
Yeah,
That's
they wail
actually really cool.
On the third wail is when they have the exposed status effect. As for the Leaper, he growls. I know a lot of people want a werewolf killer, so basically they have their wedding apparel, and they're basically like shadow. It's like a shadowy face, almost like an apparition. And that's basically their design. I don't know if you guys want to tweak it, because I was also trying to do perks that go with this power.
I love that, and for cosmetics, you know, you can always do, you know, bride and bride, bride and groom, or groom and groom as well. So you're not completely alienating one thing or another. And the power sounds really cool. Actually, I love that. Fresh, you got any as far as original killers you've thought about?
I don't have any original. I just have licensed killers.
And I know you said Hellraiser. You got anything else that you think you'd like to see come in?
I have to think of some more.
Oh. Okay.
I have a map idea.
Okay.
Ooh.
Underground map, obviously.
Like a sewer?
No, I mean indoor map, sorry.
Okay.
But it's like super dark in there. So, you know, flashlights kind of detrimental, you know, they instead of using them for only, you know, flashlight saves, you have to use them to see, you know, a distance in front of you, because you get like You know how in some games you have like a light around you and you can only see that much around you?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a scare game, like a scare factor.
How would that work for a killer though?
They
Could be
probably
a night
get
vision
like,
killer.
yeah, could be a night vision killer. Could be, you know, the killer gets a larger, you know, line of sight.
So like during the game, as a killer, you kind of have like this night vision look to where you can still see shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not, you can't see auras and stuff, but you can see like.
You can see like.
And you can't see.
You see
like,
in front. You see around you, just no auras.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And survivors, you know, you move forward, things become, you know, in sight. You can see things clearer. Flashlights can, you know, improve the range of how far you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in that specific map, there's other flashlights where you can, you know, pick up batteries, something like that, so you can have that extra help.
Okay.
I don't know. I just thought that'd be a better jump scare. Like you're going down the hallway, all of a sudden, you know, Michael Myers is on your ass. It's like, oh.
They'll make the vanity mirror build, or jump scares Myers build, extremely fucking strong at that point.
Oh, that would be good with that. Don't even need. Oh, he probably lagged out. I think he lagged out. I don't think he left. So,
we've only talked about killers. What about survivors? Any survivors or survivor perks you'd like to see come to the game?
Tunnel vision, or we can do something else. Basically, if you run in a straight line, you gain a speed boost, but you have to run in a straight line. Once you break off from that straight line, it goes back to normal speed, and it causes exhausted status effect.
But you should.
How long do you get that? How long do you get the speed boost for?
Just a few seconds, like 3, maybe 2 seconds.
Okay.
I guess, yeah.
But you also shouldn't just like you
but
shouldn't get it
immediately
running in a
No,
straight
it's not
line.
immediate. It charges up.
Sprint burst then.
It's kind of like sprint burst.
Yeah, it's kind of like a
Sprint
burst
sprint
debuff.
burst starts whenever you run, like just run at all. What?
I mean, it's kind of like seems kind of like a dead hard type of thing. Like dead hard sprint burst, Mister.
And another one was Faustin Bargain. Basically, you can do a certain something that survivors can't do, but it comes with a price. You can end up exhausting yourself, ending up in the broken status effect, hindering yourself, depending on what you do.
Okay.
It needs a little tweaking, really.
Yeah. Anything else you guys can think of before we start doing the closing here?
Better cosmetics. In general.
Yeah. And it's...
I don't like any of Claudette's cosmetics. Her cosmetics are so bad. Especially the new one that just happened. Her hair is terrible. Like, she's literally the only black woman in this game, and they made her ugly. I'm like...
She's meant to be invisible. Not pretty.
Yeah.
But some of the things that she does have isn't invisibility.
It's true.
Like...
She's got a point.
You can be invisible with... If you have the right clothes, you can be invisible with anybody. If you play right.
Yeah.
But I don't think, like, the hair that they have for Claudette, the outfits that they have for her, I just think they're half-assed her. I don't like it.
Okay.
Oh well, they'll add future black women. They added Jane, and she's thick.
Thick as fuck.
Yeah, she's got she's big. She's got a big butt, but it's nothing special. She has a pancake ass. Come on.
Really
say that.
Let's be
The rest of
real.
her body either. It's like her ass is disproportionately large compared to the rest of her body, like to a ridiculous
Yeah, like
degree.
it's
Like she's short.
and it's not even like a nice like a bubble butt or anything. It's just big and when you run behind her, it looks like she has pancakes shoved in her back pockets. Like, come on. To me, it does. It looks so bad. Like, how are you gonna make a thick girl and not even give her a round booty?
So what about Ash, or Ashley in this case?
Ash is cool.
I haven't really played her. I tried playing her earlier. I couldn't focus on the game and talking at the same time. So I
saw that.
Like, it was not going well.
It's really hard to do that.
Useless.
I am not a good multitasker.
Actually, I'd like to play a killer game against you two. I won't go try her, don't worry.
With me? And
yeah, well, we're on the Kill Your Friends right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We should probably close this off first before we do that.
Dark, you want to join in?
We can still kind of talk.
Oh, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to get into closing armors anyways, so actually, let's go ahead and do that. One by one, all you guys just go down and tell me where you think the game's going to be at in a year, as well as give a message to the devs that if they happen to see it, what you want them to take from this, and anyone else who eventually sees this, what you want them to take from this podcast. Go ahead and start with Dark, and we'll just go down the line.
Fuck. Kind of on the spot.
What line is being drawn?
So just want a closing statement.
Yeah, just a closing statement. What do you think the game's going to be in the year, and just a quick message to the devs.
I think the game in a year is finally going to be at 60 FPS and maybe be stable on console. That would be nice. As far as a message to the devs go, I think they're doing well as far as balance is concerned. They've really made the game a lot better than what it used to be a year ago, but the change has been drastic. And I hope they continue listening to Killer Mains, because this game isn't survivor focused. It isn't all on the survivors.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be. I'm glad that they're finally like changing things to throw killers a bone, like Decisive. Keep it up.
Alright. Reagan, go ahead. Reagan,
Yes.
go ahead.
Oh. Well, hopefully, in a year, down the line, I
have high hopes for this game, but I also feel like if
keep buffing things, the wrong way, and with not fixing these bugs and stuff, I feel like the player base is gonna drop like tremendously. Of course, that's not what I hope, because I do enjoy this game. As of now, though, I mean, there is so many aspects for this game. There's so many perks, add-ons, offerings, cosmetics, gameplay, everything, everything. That as of now, as long as they continuously keep working on stuff, so far this game is... They've done a pretty good job so far. I was ready to say that.
Oh my goodness.
But
Right,
for real, like, this game, they have done a very good job with it.
Quick message to the devs and anyone watching this podcast in the future once it's uploaded to YouTube. What do you want them to really take away from this? And, yeah.
Well, to take away from this, it's pretty much everything that's put in this game has the intention, of being equal. Sometimes it may not be. Well, in the eyes of some, it is. In the eyes of others, it's not. No ed as an example. But pretty much the takeaway from this is no matter what you have, there's things to counter other things, and this really is just a game for you guys to have fun. Like, if you have issues, obviously contact somebody about it, but don't get too worked up over a video game.
Especially don't punch walls.
Yeah, don't punch walls.
Alright. Alright, Fuzzy.
And I guess the message for the devs would be just keep on pushing forward.
Oh, yeah. Alright, Fuzzy. Where do you see this game in a year? A message to the devs and anyone watching.
Honestly, I don't know, cause I hate being the bearer of bad news, but I found out through someone that like I don't know, maybe like 30% of the PlayStation player base left.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
we're
was
such a small community right now.
We are, but like
Which is
no,
why
I'm a bit on the worried side. TBH. I do want to see this game succeed, but I honestly don't exactly know like what the f people really want, because everyone wants something different. The only thing I would say is I just think if someone's getting camped or tunneled, they should just be compensated, because it just sucks being a survivor, and I'm a survivor main. It sucks being a survivor and not being able to do anything, and you just like don't get anything.
Yeah.
I don't know how they'd implement that though.
Yeah.
Oh, I already thought of
That's
something.
probably like the only thing I would want. Everything else, I kind of learned to just try to adapt. Like if my shit gets nerfed, my shit gets nerfed. Fuck it, I'm gonna find a way to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick message to the devs.
Keep doing a good job.
Pretty good job so far.
Right?
I don't take my joke.
For me, in a year.
Thanks for adding Ash to the game. That was a great addition.
Not a fan of his perks, but thank you.
I love Medal of Men. I love Medal of Men though. It's like such a great anti-tunnel perk.
For me, worst his game of the year, I say what I want it to be. I want the player base to come back to PS4, which is we've gotten so small, and I feel like we really get unheard. So hopefully we can get the player base back. But I see the direction that the devs are going in. I feel like within 6 months to a year, we're going to get the player base back. This game's going to be alive and well again. Especially if they keep on the same track that they're doing. As far as a message to the devs, like, I understand that we give you guys a lot of shit. But to be perfectly honest, you guys are doing a great job. You guys work really, really hard, and we don't give you the credit that you truly deserve. We know that, well, I know that you can't fix everything all at once. Everything takes time, and we live in a day and age where we want instant gratification. That's just not possible. But I hope you guys happen to see this and maybe take a few ideas that we have and implement them. If not, at least give it a consideration. That'd be awesome. Because the whole point of this podcast is just to help bring balance into the game. I think we had a lot to offer, and some really good ideas. And just keep doing what you're doing, and definitely keep going with this forward momentum that you guys have going now. And as for that, thank you everyone for coming out and watching this podcast. This was the first one. If you guys happen to like this, I would definitely be doing some more in the future. Until then, check out my YouTube for any future content. Other than that, good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
And now we're in a game.